Are we live or are we not live?
The webinar hasn't started yet. You have to press the blue button.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, good morning. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the thematic session on new forms of investments as a driver for sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. It is my pleasure. Together with experts from public and private sector, UNIDO has organized this special session during the 19th General Conference to promote a dialogue on how developing countries can better harness quality foreign direct investments as well as impact investing to achieve their inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We will discuss actionable steps that developing countries could consider in a post-COVID scenario to catalyze such investments and how public and private partnerships should be leveraged to this effect. My name is Selma Prodanovic and I will be your host today. I am a passionate entrepreneur and angel investor and working towards the SDGs. In my role as Vice President of the European Business Angel Network, I am representing over 20,000 private investors who are working towards the SDG and a betterment of the world. So, allow me to introduce shortly our esteemed speakers, and it is my pleasure and honor to start with Mr. Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento, the Managing Director of the Directorate of Digitalization, Technology and Agribusiness at UNIDO, who will deliver the opening remarks. He's an experienced manager and global leader with more than 30 years of international experience in global development and working across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Mr. Jean-Michel Severino, the CEO of Investisseurs et Partenaires. Previously, he notably served as Vice President of Asia at the World Bank, as Director General of the French Development Agency, and was on the European Investment Bank's board. The INP Impact Investment Group is specialized in risk capital with social and environmental impact. Ms. Viviane Ribeiro Disla is the Executive Director at the Export Investment Center of the Dominican Republic. She is passionate about entrepreneurship and innovation and has been a strong voice in supporting and promoting the Dominican Republic investments climate. She is, among others, the recipient of the Gala Magazine Women of Today Award. Ms. Mont Nyambe is the Principal of the Public-Private Partnership Investment Officer in the Agriculture, Finance and Rural Infrastructure Development Department of the African Development Bank Group, headquartered in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. She's a seasoned financial services professional with 19 years of Pan-African experience working in the private sector and the African Development Bank. Mr. Feng Huan is the president of Shanghai Foreign Investment Association. He has 30 years experience in foreign investment in various high-level roles in the government, such as the Ministry of Commerce of People's Republic of China and Shanghai Municipal Commission of Commerce. His expertise include drafting and interpreting China's foreign investment law, negotiating trade and investment treaties with the US, and facilitating pilot free trade areas. And Mr. Hashim Hussein is the head of UNIDO's Investment and Technology Promotion Officer in the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Arab International Center for Entrepreneurship and Investment. He is also the Executive Director of the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, with 30 years of experience in the field of industrial development, investment and technology promotion through innovation and entrepreneurship. I would kindly ask you also to check their personal and more details about the esteemed speakers on the website and use it also and the hashtag of today's event. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to call Mr. Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento to the stage to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Casadilla Sarmiento, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Pleasure. Good morning also to the distinguished panelists. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored and it's a great pleasure to address the General Conference thematic event on new forms of investment as drivers of sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. And we hope that we will soon be really entering the recovery phase. The ripple effects of the pandemic across the globe have not facilitated the achievement of the 2030 SDGs, dumping global production, particularly impacting the operations of the SMEs in many developing countries. Indeed, 90% of the production force in many developing countries is made out of SMEs, and they will hit hard. It's where we have the vulnerable groups. It's where we have most of women working, youth. So the situation for them has been very, very difficult. The pandemic has also coincided with the upcoming of the fourth industrial revolution that leaves these very same SMEs struggling to usher in a long-term digital shift, as they often lack the knowledge, financial support, and qualified workforce. This crisis has thus unearthed structural weaknesses in the configuration of international production networks and growing recognition of sustainability considerations. In this context, there is a fundamentally new approach that is needed for the developing countries to define their investment promotion and facilitation efforts to better cater the needs of new investor groups. This includes particularly impact investments and quality foreign direct investment, on how to better link these investor groups to local fabric of SMEs. Impact investment presents a paradigm shift to conventional investment thinking by focusing on positive social and environmental change. Impact investment can unlock substantial resources and present new opportunities for business development targeting social impact, particularly in the sectors affected by the pandemic. Various funds are intentionally taking gender lens on impact investment to achieve also gender equitable social change that benefits women and girls, thereby also promoting a gender responsive and inclusive fourth industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the accelerated digitalization process caused by COVID-19 has meant that UNIDO is focusing on e-tools and e-learning. For example, UNIDO's investment portal is currently being fast-tracked for the Africa, Caribbean, Pacific region, maintaining investment promotion efforts through cyber initiatives such as GIS mapping, digital analysis, investment tracking functions, while e-commerce tools such as the Investment Hub, investment portal are also promoting digital and impact investment. 2 e-learning courses on the emergence of impact investment and International Business Alliance have been launched and are available in UNIDO's Knowledge Hub, and we can announce that we will in January have an additional course on financial planning. This will be the most comprehensive course we are launching. Our flagship product, CONFAR, is also being updated, and we will soon, I hope in 2022, have a CONFAR 4.0 version. CONFAR is assisting the appraisal and project feasibility analysis, and more than ever, we need to have proper analysis, in particular for public-private investment, through blending finance mechanism to develop bankable projects. The investment promotion and ITPO network, in particular ITPO Bahrain, developed the approach of the EDIP, Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion Program, by enhancing domestic investment ecosystem, offering access to finance and partnerships through global ITPO network. And this again shows how much we are focusing on the SMEs. So impact investment, SMEs, is the call of the day. And let me finalize by saying the potential of impact investment for post-COVID-19 recovery process is vast. Yet countries have to understand the specific dynamics to be able to effectively seize it. Global partnerships and networks such as UNIDO's ITP network are key in building a common understanding of new forms of investment to bring back on track the achievement of the SDGs. I look forward to the deliberations of this side event and wish great success. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casadilla Sarmiento. In a usual situation, we would have a big round of applause at this moment, but considering we are all around the world in a hybrid moment, this is my pleasure, and the applause comes from my side. Thank you very much. We will continue now in the deliberation, and I would like to really thank this opening remarks discussing the importance of impact investing, SMEs, and the vulnerable parts of our economy participants. And allow me now to dive deeper in the discussion on how can we promote investments in all countries as to achieve the SDGs, and be through impact investing, PPPs, or FDIs. We will look at success stories from across the globe with examples from Europe, Latin America, Africa, Asia, and across the UNIDO community. And I would now like to start, as Mr. Casadilla Sarmiento just mentioned earlier, we were talking about the PPPs, and I would like to now have the pre-recorded statement of Ms. Viviana Ribeiro Disla from the Dominican Republic. Clearly, due to the time difference, she cannot be with us at this hour. And I would like the technician to play the video if it's possible. Thank you.
Ante todo, un cordial saludo desde la República Dominicana. Gracias por estar aquí en este significativo evento de forma virtual. Estamos sumamente agradecidos por la oportunidad de permitirnos compartir la visión integradora y global en torno a las nuevas oportunidades de negocios que se han generado post esta pandemia que nos ha afectado a todos. La República Dominicana es un país privilegiado, no solamente por su favorable posición geográfica, sino también por el corazón de su gente. Pero sobre todo, hemos mostrado una gran resiliencia durante la pandemia del COVID-19 que ha afectado y ha paralizado el mundo por casi 2 años. Y aún bajo estas adversidades, nuestro país ha podido anteponerse a la misma y seguir marchando hacia adelante. De los efectos de la pandemia hemos notado que la inversión extranjera directa en el mundo disminuyó y se ralentizó en un promedio que oscila un 35%. Sin embargo, la República Dominicana solamente decreció un 15%. Sin embargo, a pesar de las dificultades, nuestro país pudo mantener los flujos de inversión de extranjera directa de los últimos 10 años y a su vez consolidarse como el principal destino de inversión extranjera directa, no solo del Caribe, sino también de Centroamérica, con una proyección para el 2021 de más de $3.000 millones. Eso es una señal clara de que en los países en desarrollo, con disposición, esfuerzo y trabajo colectivo, podemos alcanzar grandes logros. Un caso muy puntual es el sector turismo, que es uno de los principales sectores de atracción de inversión extranjera directa en nuestro país y que fue uno de los sectores más afectados por la pandemia, tanto en nuestro país como a nivel mundial. Sin embargo, hoy podemos afirmar con toda certeza que nos hemos recuperado. Cabe destacar que en los meses de septiembre y octubre alcanzamos niveles históricos en el flujo de turistas en nuestro país. Octubre, por ejemplo, fue el mes de mayor cantidad de visitantes en toda la historia de la República Dominicana. En adición a esto, nuestro país ha podido mantener su estabilidad macroeconómica y un liderazgo regional por más de 50 años en materia de crecimiento de su Producto Interno Bruto, o PIB, promediando un 5.1% durante todos estos años. Se estima que en el año 2021 cerraremos con un crecimiento que superará los 2 dígitos. Tenemos grandes oportunidades. Sin lugar a dudas, la pandemia del COVID-19 ha generado desafíos que han permitido que los sectores productivos y el sector económico salgan hacia adelante con ideas más innovadoras y cómo realmente lograr un mayor proceso de recuperación de manera mucho más sostenible. Desde el Estado y con el apoyo y visión del liderazgo del presidente Luis Abinader, hemos realizado grandes esfuerzos para fortalecer nuestras instituciones públicas, mejorar los servicios, así como también impulsar reformas que procuran eliminar la burocracia y crear estructuras tan importantes de apoyo para la inversión, como es el caso de la ventanilla única de inversión, que procura unificar y simplificar los trámites en los cuales debe incurrir un inversionista para instalarse y establecerse en nuestro país. En adición a lo anterior y bajo el mandato presidencial, todos los estamentos del Estado deben abocarse al unísono y en sinergia con miras a promover y facilitar la inversión extranjera directa y continuar fortaleciendo nuestra economía, generando empleos de calidad y encaminándonos cada vez más a la equidad y el bienestar social. En materia de alianza público-privada, contamos con un nuevo marco jurídico, el cual entró en efecto a finales del año 2020, creando la Dirección General de Alianzas Público-Privadas con miras a llevar el control y manejo de todos los proyectos de APP de una manera transparente, eficiente y eficaz. En República Dominicana, el mecanismo de la APP es un tema relativamente nuevo. Al igual que en muchos países en desarrollo, entendemos que este es un instrumento que puede ser utilizado por nuestros países como una herramienta para establecer nuevas inversiones y crear mayores niveles de atracción de inversión en proyectos de interés público. Es importante que los países podamos definir proyectos estratégicos para salir a tocar la puerta de esos inversionistas que tienen la capacidad de ejecutar los mismos y que sin lugar a dudas generarían importantes avances en materia de infraestructura, tecnología y transferencia de conocimiento, impactando y generando bienestar en nuestros países. Otro elemento importante en el cual estamos enfocados en nuestro país es en el empoderamiento de las mujeres empresarias. La República Dominicana aún no ha logrado los avances que queremos en esta materia. Sin embargo, actualmente contamos con grandes ejemplos de liderazgo femenino, tanto en el ámbito empresarial como en el ámbito gubernamental. Contamos con grandes empresas de inversión extranjera directa en nuestro país que son lideradas y dirigidas por el más alto nivel de mujeres empresarias y algunas emprendedoras, como es el caso del sector minero, sector industrial y de las telecomunicaciones, por solamente mencionar algunos de estos. Y sin embargo, también podemos decir que este fenómeno por igual está ocurriendo en importantes gremios empresariales. Podemos afirmar que vamos avanzando y vamos por buen camino. En conclusión, si bien es cierto que la pandemia golpeó al mundo entero y a la economía global, también podemos afirmar que la misma sirvió de motivación para buscar la resiliencia y la creatividad del ser humano para que podamos salir a flote y brillar, encontrando nuevas oportunidades y formas de hacer negocios aún dentro de la adversidad. Queremos agradecer a UNIDO por la oportunidad que nos ha brindado para compartir nuestras experiencias en este importante evento. También externamos nuestro agradecimiento a todos los involucrados y desde la República Dominicana les enviamos un fuerte saludo y nuestros mejores deseos.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for Ms. Ribeiro Disla for her beautifully given speech already in advance, but also the fact that the positive news coming from the Dominican Republic and speaking about the recent development in the PPPs in the and giving examples of the legal framework to manage all the PPP projects in a transparent, efficient, and effective manner. I would like to move now to Ms. Monde Nyambe from the African Development Bank Group, and who is an expert in the public and private partnership. And it is a decisive mechanism to upscale the investments for SDGs. And the question is there a reliable and measurable relationship for such a blended financing partnership? And how can public and private partnerships be leveraged to this effect? The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All protocols observed. I'd just like to start by congratulating the organizers, UNIDO, for hosting such a successful 19th General Conference, whose theme is Building a Better Future. And in addition, I'm delighted to be here and to be given this opportunity and privilege to contribute to the topic, new forms of investments as drivers for a sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. So as the moderator has just posed my question, I'll go straight into talking about PPPs and giving a very practical example of a project that I'm personally task team leader of in Nigeria at the moment, and how these relationships work in practice. So I'll just start by saying that one of the most important but complex ways to realize infrastructure projects is to use PPPs. So these PPPs are a special type of cooperation between the public and private sectors, and they're aimed at carrying out long-term investments in projects of a social and infrastructure nature. Particularly, it is important to also note that with PPPs, the public sector still remains with general oversight and control of the service and asset that is being built. And these projects involve construction, reconstruction of transport infrastructure, for example, utilities such as water, waste management, processing, plants, energy, and also the operation and maintenance of these facilities, which is very important. In PPP projects, the private sector basically commits to developing, building, financing facilities, and operating them in accordance with parameters and standards established by the government. So in return, the private sector is paid by the public sector with the amount dependent on results achieved, so the services provided, for instance. In some projects, this payout comes from revenues generated by the commercial operationalization of the facility. So PPPs basically, they're not new forms of financing right now. They're very topical because of tight public budgets of most countries and financing shortages for essential infrastructure. So they've increasingly gained momentum and the attention of policymakers. So they serve better as risk allocation tools, basically between public and private sectors, paving the way to greater investor participation in infrastructure projects and freeing up public funds for other development purposes. So in other words, PPPs are contractual arrangements for providing public assets or services in which private sector bears a significant risks, as well as a management and operational responsibility. So given that the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs presents an immediate challenge, PPPs, for example, given the limited resources, would be definitely able to fill this gap in infrastructure financing that is required. And PPPs have been seen as a possible modality through which to attract additional resources into these needs of various countries. So there are numerous advantages of using PPPs, but I'll give a practical example of a project that I'm working on. So, I mean, we know that UNIDO, in partnership with UNIDO, the African Development Bank has designed agro-industrial parks in various countries. We're actually working across 18 countries at the moment. And this flagship for us in the bank, we call it the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, the SAPZs. So these are a low-hanging fruit, but a collaborative approach and an end-to-end solution to agriculture value chains. And some of the goals include contributing to the end of extreme poverty, eliminating hunger and malnutrition, becoming a net helping the countries to become net exporters of agriculture commodities and moving our regional member countries to top of key agriculture value chains. So some of the enablers include increasing productivity, value addition, provision of hard and soft infrastructure, provision of agriculture finance, creation of an enabling business environment, inclusivity, sustainability, and nutrition, and good coordination of these agro-industrial parks. So basically, I won't really go into the objective of them, but in a nutshell, it's to bring economic infrastructure to rural areas of high agriculture potential in order to attract investments from private agro-industrial and entrepreneurs, and to contribute to economic and social development of these rural areas. This also aims to stem the rural-urban migration challenge that many regional member countries that we work with are facing. So these agro-industrial parks are basically purposely built facilities to enable agro-producers, processors, aggregators, and distributors to operate in the same vicinity and reduce transaction costs and share business development services for increased productivity and competitiveness. So typically we have agro-processing hubs and we have agriculture transformation centers. The ownership and management of the hub, for example, is controlled by a dedicated independent entity, often in a PPP arrangement. So in this kind of project, we have been emphasizing to our regional member countries that this is supposed to be a government-enabled project, but a private sector-led and managed project. So opportunities there to bring in FDI and private investment and participation include basically an end-to-end solution and input that is required from private sector. So from input supply and increasing agriculture productivity. So we've got rules for private sector there for the smallholder farmers, all the way to the large commercial farmers, input suppliers, suppliers of farm credits. So there's many roles that private sector can play in the agriculture productivity sphere, thereby increasing this production, and they're taking it to agriculture transformation centers for aggregation, pre-processing, storage, sorting, grading, and cleaning, for example. And that's a role for private sector again to play. So this is a way of crowding in private sector into agriculture. So once we have at the agriculture transformation level, the products that are meant to be then taken to the hub for further value addition and commercialization, we then have private sector processors setting up within the hub and basically adding value to what is being produced locally in those rural areas. So this is just one way in which PPPs can be leveraged in infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nyambe, for the examples and the specific examples you have given us in the case of PPPs. And talking about this public-private partnerships, I would like to go to Mr. Jean-Michel Severino to talk about the, to move to, okay, so I would like to move to Mr. Jean-Michel Severino and to start and talking about the private investors and how the impact investor community responded to the COVID-19 crisis, and what are some of the impact investment opportunities that are being targeted to accelerate post-COVID sustainable regional development in developing countries. Monsieur Severino, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to be part to this important conference and event, and also brain thinking process. Investisseurs et Partenaires is an impact investor, and we manage around 400 million euros that are fully dedicated to supporting African entrepreneurs, allowing young entrepreneurs to emerge, investing in startups and SMEs in sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm going to start by providing you an example of what is actually impact investing in Africa. Around 2010, we invested in a company called CDS in Mauritania. This company was a complete startup at the time, created by a very smart and audacious Mauritanian entrepreneur, engineer, who wanted to provide water and energy based on solar solutions in the valley of the river Senegal, which you know is one of the the poorest parts of the world, but is also a very important place for migration to other places in Africa, including Senegal, its neighbor, but also towards Europe. It's also a place where at that time jihadists were operating massively in a climate of full insecurity. It's also a place where desertification is taking place, and basically people are deprived of everything. 5 or 6 years later, we sold our share of this company to the multinational NG and to another impact fund. And this operation proved to be profitable to us. We sold it with a significant added value. Meanwhile, the company had made tremendous progress. It had increased its value added, its turnover, its profitability, and it's now continuing its life in a very successful way. Now, the problem is, you said you should be very happy as an investor, but the problem is that given all the time, the energy that was spent in investing what was at the beginning a very little amount of money, actually we started investing 50,000 euros in that company and ended it finally with 500,000 euros of investment. There's no way you can really recover your costs. And basically, even if the company is very profitable, successful, grows very quickly, it's very unlikely that the investors will eventually get a significant net return. And this is all what impact investment, especially in Africa, is about. Let's be direct. The challenge of employment and sustainability in Africa is absolutely tremendous. 450 million young people will come into the market, the labor market, up to 2050. And right now, the economic growth can provide for probably only half of this generation a formal job. The other ones will have solutions that will be limited only to survival or migration. And there are no big companies in which you can invest in Africa right now. The economic tissue, the entrepreneurship tissue in Africa is made out of very small businesses, and there is a tremendous activity at the level of the creation of businesses. But those small businesses, which are the future of Africa, which will make the large companies of the future, they are completely out of reach of the traditional for-profit investors. You need actually in Africa to reach investment tickets of more than 7-8 million euros or dollars to allow private investors to really make profit and reach the levels of return that will allow for FDIs to really invest, or even large African investors. So the job of allowing those small companies to emerge, and which cannot rely on grants, which has to be based on market mechanisms, is left to actors that operate with a vision of the common good, want to provide development solutions to Africa and to the world, but cannot fit into the logic of traditional investors. Where those investors, patient and generous investors, can come from? They can come from, of course, DFIs, development finance institutions, which have a mandate of supporting that type of emergence. It can come also from philanthropic organizations that want to enter into the investment business. Some of them are doing it at a very large scales. And for instance, I would mention the MasterCard Foundation as one of the instance of that evolution. It can be also, it can come from financial investors or corporates which operate in Africa and want to increase their entrepreneurial background, strengthen their providers, strengthen their clients, and allow for corporateship in Africa to be improved. And we have in INP, for instance, many of those investors. Now, all those people, the impact investors themselves and the investors, are faced with COVID additional challenges. The African economic tissue has been severely hit because of not really the health situation per se, but its economic consequences. Suppliers have been cut from businesses for several months. Raising money has been very difficult, especially for techno ventures. And there have been also very important difficulties as time was passing to export to OECD markets because of transportation and health-related restrictions. And finally, domestic demand has also declined over the year 2020. Now, we are getting to a moment where economy is recovering, but as we know, new health threats are coming into the horizon, and there is a lot of uncertainty in this economic tissue about what the future can be. So during that period, what has been positive about the investment entrepreneurship, the impact investment entrepreneurship, is that contrary to the traditional for-profit investors, impact financiers have gathered and teamed up in order to support the economic tissue, because basically their first motivation is not about profit and managing risks. To a certain extent, it's because there are risks and threats that they are there because they want to make a contribution despite the shocks and the environment. So during that period, impact investing industry has continued to grow. And what has been extremely positive is that on top of traditional investors in impact, we have seen a new generation of philanthropic investors coming in, backed by major foundations or by public donors such as the EU or the USAID, just to mention two of the major donors in the field of investment. So to end this very brief panorama, I would say that given the increase in challenges that we are facing, especially with the health situation, but also looking at what are the immense opportunities and the incredible dynamism of the SME and entrepreneurship dynamic in Africa, it is time now to create a new generation, a new great leap of impact investment. And this is probably based on mechanisms that have started to be spoken about by my predecessor around blending, teaming up private and public investors so that we can really fund and back a new generation of entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Severino, for your remarks. And we are very honored now to call to the stage or give the word to Mr. Huang, the president of the Shanghai FDI Association, and asking you if you can share your experience in the linkage of existing FDIs with social impact and evidence-based impact investing, as well as what is the role of Shanghai in facilitating foreign investors as impact investors. Please.
Okay, thank you, Selma, and thank you for UNIDO to invite me to share my thoughts, on this very important occasion. So I will follow, Selma's guiding questions. So first, I would say, actually, foreign companies, actually, they play very important roles here in China as the impact investors. So actually, they are the driving force for impact investment here in China. So for example, MNCs, they bring CSR to China. They make contributions to the community where they locate. They give special care to disabled, to women, to children. And most remarkably, they actively join in China's very ambitious poverty alleviation initiatives, which finishes phase 1 goal by the end of last year. So actually, our association, we have collected and released 57 cases of MNCs covering poverty alleviation through business linkage, healthcare, education, improving vocational skill, improving infrastructure, and including companies like Apple, DuPont, IKEA, Starbucks, and many other companies. So, and also secondly, MNCs also maintain very higher environment standard when they come to China. In most cases, actually foreign companies, they do not deliberately lower their emission standard when the domestic law or regulation set a lower standard. So instead, they aim at best practice like circular economy. To just give you an example, Shanghai Chemical Zone is a world-class chemical manufacturing base. Shanghai government works very closely with companies like Covistro, Evonik, and many others to build it into a highly integrated chemical cluster. So energy is saved and emission is heavily reduced. So I would say MNCs as impact investors plays a very important role for sustainable development post-COVID-19 recovery. And second, I just would like to introduce the role of Shanghai in facilitating foreign investors as impact investors. So for Shanghai to facilitate foreign investors as impact investors, I think the most important thing is to create an enabling policy framework. Take carbon emission reduction, for example. China has just announced that we aim to hit peak emission before 2030 and achieve carbon neutral by 2060. To achieve that goal, the critical element actually is developing energy saving technology. This is because 70% of China's electricity is from thermal power using coal. So actually there is no adequate alternative energy source for China. Green electricity is unstable for the power network. That means, space for lowering carbon emission in next 10 years is limited. So energy saving technology is the crucial for Chinese government to control carbon emission, and at the same time, do not impede the economic development. So Shanghai government is encouraging two types of programs. First is digitalization to improve process efficiency to save energy using. And the second is innovation related to physical improvement of energy saving, such as the new material who can maintain the temperature so we can save the energy. So by establishing this enabling policy framework, foreign investors with digital capacity and technology capacity will be engaged and involved in China's mandate to climate change as very important impact investors and also partners. So I will also suggest UNIDO and its ITPO network to pay attention to this digitalization and innovation related to energy saving and disseminate them to more developing countries who is also relying on traditional fossil energy. I believe we can share these intellectual properties to address the climate change issue and to make a better world. Thank you, Selma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huang, for being with us. It's a great pleasure, especially with your function in Shanghai the hotspot for foreign direct investments and how you're managing that. And now I would like to move to Mr. Hashim Hussein, I would like you to share with us your experience and the experience of ITPO Bahrain in bankable projects for impact investment. And in the backdrop of COVID and swift digital transformation, how can we achieve and ensure entrepreneurial resilience? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman. Actually, I'm very delighted and honored that Mrs. Selma, as a woman entrepreneur, chairing this and moderating this panel. I would like just to emphasize on the background of ITPO Bahrain, which was established in 1996 to be part of the UNIDO Investment and Technology Promotion Network. And at that time, Bahrain became the first country in a developing country to be part of the UNIDO Investment Technology Promotion Offices Network. The ITPO network, which started by ITPO Japan more than 40 years back, it was intended to mobilize foreign direct investment from industrialized to developing countries, of course, under the directives of UNIDO and under the mandated directive of the Department of Digitalization, Technology and Innovation. So using all the tools, all the mechanisms of UNIDO to work on how to mobilize foreign direct investment from industrialized to developing countries. In cash investment, technology transfer and know-how, market outlets for products and services from SMEs in developing countries. The wisdom to establish ITPO Bahrain in a developing country, because Bahrain is considered the financial hub, for commercial and offshore banking in the Arab region. And also Bahrain's geographically situated in the region where there is a number of financial developmental institutions like the Islamic Development Bank, which is the second largest development bank after the World Bank, the Saudi Economic Development Fund, the Kuwait Economic Development Fund, the Abu Dhabi Economic Fund, the Arab Economic Development Fund, the Arab Bank for Development of Africa. They're all here situated in the region. So the wisdom of the organization, how to work with this commercial offshores and developmental financial institutions to access, for small and medium enterprises. So when we started working mobilization of foreign direct investment to the region, which we call it the inflow, and also because ITPO Bahrain was mandated for outflow of investment from the region to other developing countries, mainly Arab and Sub-Saharan African countries, we have been mandated with a responsibility and a challenge. I mean ITPO Bahrain, which we call it how to bring bankable projects, projects with impact investment. We have realized that one of the big problems is not in the mobilization of foreign direct investment. And even using the UNIDO tools and others like the World Bank or MEGA or whatever, we realized they're only working on mobilization of foreign direct investment to existing enterprises. And this was not leading to more or better creation of jobs for youth and women, because there is no creation of new enterprises. Even this word of startups, 25 years back, it's not being used in the language and terminologies of investment promotion. So we have realized that being working in Bahrain and the region and to work in other Arab countries, there is a challenge we have to look into it. And that is, we come to that public and private partnership. So how to enhance the domestic investment, through the stakeholders to ensure that we are having a good environment to bring bankable project through entrepreneurship and innovation. This is how we started to work, and we started to look into how to work with government, the private sector, financial institutions, universities, Chamber of Commerce, R&Ds, and NGOs to ensure enhancing that domestic investment. Then we have realized that over the years this has started to work, and this program, we started to develop it in more than 52 countries, from Uruguay in Latin America to Turkey, even to China, to India, to a big number of sub-Saharan African countries and almost all the Arab countries, with the aim and the theme also how to develop and to engage partnership with financial institutions, because our aim was how to bring bankable projects, how to create new enterprises. Of course, and the driving force was entrepreneurs, that those entrepreneurs, they will create those enterprises. So we started to work on that famous model, which is called the EDIP, or the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion. It's mainly to enhance the domestic investment for mobilization of foreign direct investment. Quickly, it is into 3 stages. Of course, it has to be adopted at the local level, if we do it in China, or we do it in India, or we do it in Senegal, or Cote d'Ivoire, it has to go and to be adapted with the local environment. But it is, the first one is the pre-incubation, the empowerment, working with public and private institutions to ensure that they will provide the support to entrepreneurs. We start on idea generation, we start a program to provide capacity building for startups. Then they move into counseling and technology tie-up. And this is a very important setup. We did it through the UNIDO ITPO network, because in most developing countries, startups, they need technologies and they're technology seekers. So within the UNIDO Investment Technology Promotion Network and the UNIDO bigger partners with other agencies related to technology and technology transfer,
it seems we lost Mr. Hussein. And well, now I would like to see who do we have online. Obviously, we have some difficulties in terms of the connections, and I would like to see who is still here. And to have a final statement by our speakers in terms of the next step they will take into the future. At the moment, the connections. And now let's see who do we have here. Yes, I would like to go back to Mr. Severino, if he can give us a final statement, just a 1-minute statement, and on the next steps he is going to take. And no, we cannot do it. All right, I think that, we have Mr. Huang. That is wonderful. Yes, can I just have one sentence, a short, well, not a sentence, one short statement from Mr. Huang. What is the next steps you are going to take and towards impact investing, towards the SDGs? The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would say impact investment is very important. So when companies, when you are doing business, you should also address, political and also economic and also social, environmental issues. So, I mean, this is the concept of, investment. So for companies here in China, because, China is the #1 carbon emission country. So I think the most important and serious issue is how to reduce carbon emission. So all the companies, not only the domestic company, but also the foreign companies, I think all have the responsibility and all need to join in this process. So by developing some technologies, so I mean, especially we can use the foreign companies can, use their advantage in technology and digitalization to help China to reduce carbon emission. And I think that's not enough. Companies also need to, disseminate all these, technology and all these, digitalization tools to other countries who are in the like circumstance, like situation, like China. And they also need this kind of, intellectual property. And I think UNIDO and its ITPO network is the very good, suitable entity to help countries like China and also companies who are involved in this, carbon reducing efforts to disseminate all these technology to whoever wanted, whoever needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. Exactly, the carbon reduction definitely extremely important, and it is also about the impact, investments, and the changes we can create across the world. So now going to Ms. Nyambe, I would like to have your final statement and the next steps you are heading towards. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Salma. So just quickly, just going through the challenges that have been highlighted throughout the conference, even on preparing it.
I can hardly hear. There are some...
Can you hear me now? Some noises.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Okay, now. Okay, so basically, I mean, in our institution, we will continue to prepare this bankable project pipeline, for PPPs so that we can crowd in private sector investors. But we'll continue to design the projects in such a way that we de-risk them using different methodologies of de-risking projects, again, to attract private sector investments, both foreign and domestic. And then also we'll carry along the private sector investors also in the design, from design all the way, from conceptualizing projects all the way to the end, to implementation, so that, we design projects in such a way that private sector will be happy to be participating in those projects, and they could bring in their capital, the much needed capital into the project. So also just an important thing that has been mentioned also, in the due diligence process, ensure that we follow the environmental and social safeguard compliance, when designing these, because this is very important. As we design our projects, that's usually a main issue. We always have to do environmental and social impact assessments, just to ensure that when we have impact, it's not just a negative impact, but we have positive impacts on all the beneficiaries that are going to be part of the projects. I think I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your final statements. And now we have Mr. Hussein, just for a last sentence statement. Thank you very much for being with us.
Yes, sorry, I think there was a technical issue. But anyway, this EDIP modality, it was to ensure how we bring bankable project and how we access to finance. And then, of course, we have to ensure the sustainability of and growth of micro and small and medium businesses through incubation, either virtual or physical incubation. Then we started to work on developing a number of incubators and mainly also agro poles with support of different institutions through our partners. So today we have managed to bring a modality within UNIDO, how to ensure creation of small and medium enterprises and how to bring bankable projects with impact investment, and then how to continue on the growth and the sustainability of SMEs, because it's well known more than 70% of SMEs die in their first 3 years if we don't provide the continuous from productivity to quality management to market access to export consortium and so on. And of course, now when we are talking about entrepreneurship resilience, especially with post-COVID, and now with the new directive, with our new management, which actually in his statement just 2 days back that, ITPOs has to be supported, it has to be strengthened, and then to play a vital role on the private sector. This is also is giving more support and mandate with the new directive, our new Director General, and I'm sure on the readiness of the ITPOs to handle this and to work in developing small and medium enterprises in job creation for youth and women, and to give a specific focus for women and women empowerment. I am ending with this beautiful slide. It is the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, which is the only forum under the UN and is the largest forum to support entrepreneurs to enhance the ecosystem through the stakeholders from universities to government to public institutions, financial institutions, chambers, to come in a 3-day event to dialogue with entrepreneurs on the future of SMEs. And it is logged with achieving the SDGs through entrepreneurship and innovation. You can see here, and to invest in the fourth industrial revolution. I just would like to end with a very nice announcement that we are organizing the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. The fourth one is going to be in Dubai Expo from 28th to 30th of March, where it's going to be with a new mandate, with a big number of philanthropists worldwide, and of course, with all the UNIDO support activities under the umbrella of the Arab League. Thank you very much again, Mrs. Chairman. I think we have benefited a lot from the different speakers, which will allow UNIDO in the coming years with the new directive to play a more vital role in investment and technology and innovation promotion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hussein, for your insights that you have given me. And now it is my pleasure to finalize this panel discussion and give the floor to Mr. Weishi Gong, the Chief of Investment Technology Promotion Division of UNIDO, for his closing remarks. Mr. Gong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, achieving SDGs need investment. This investment should not only consider the return of investment itself, it should consider the effect on the social and environment aspect, in short, impact investment. The huge demand in impact investment needs the proactive involvement of private sector. Leveraging private sector investment requires a convincing and measurable public-private partnership, PPP, so that all stakeholders can benefit in a transparent, effective, efficient manner. Blended financing mechanism is an effective tool to facilitate building up and operation of such measurable financial public-private partnership, for which UNIDO provides a globally used tool for the investment feasibility appraiser, known as a computer model for feasibility analysis and reporting program, CONFA. It is also a key element embedded in the institutional capacity building program and package for investment promotion agencies. Various factors influencing impact investment exist throughout the investment cycle, including investment aftercare and reinvestment. For this, the ease of the doing business environment, enabling environment as a whole play a key role. Today, we have learned the success stories on the role of investment promotion agencies, international development financial institutions, PPP for bankable projects, enabling domestic private sectors, as well as involvement of doing business services for FDIs to successfully attract FDI and further leverage the private sector contribution for impact investment. The reapplication of the stories can increase FDIs in many countries in the world, so that the accumulation and the acceleration can facilitate the contribution of investment to bridge the financial gap to meet the SDG demand and its achievement. Thank you to all panelists for sharing their insight and success stories with us today. Allow me to back to you, Madame Sema. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gong. And I would like to close this session Thank you very much, everybody, for being with us, esteemed speakers, panelists, Your Excellencies, the audience across the world and here in the room. Thank you very much for being with us, discussing the new forms of investments as a driver for sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. I wish you a wonderful day and a productive sessions, and goodbye.
Morning to everybody. May I kindly ask you to take your seats? We need to establish quorum, and for that we need to make sure that everybody is on his or her seat. Please, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, do take your seats. Thank you very much. We're beginning shortly.
حضرة النواب الموقرين
Distinguished delegates. Good morning. I declare open the 7th plenary meeting of the 19th session of the General Conference. Before we begin, this morning I'd like to recall that the next meeting of the main committee will take place today at 4:30. This will be in boardroom D on the 4th floor of C, and it will take place on the platform. I'd like just to recall the rules, the COVID-19 rules for in-person meetings. These have been decided upon by the host country, and we're all called upon to comply, including myself and the Bureau. It is not possible to modify the COVID-19 rules. For that reason, I urge delegates and colleagues to comply with the measures. We do not have the authority to make any exceptions to the COVID-19 rules, and I thank you for your understanding. Now, since we have completed the general debate, I would like to express to you my thanks for the words of congratulations that you addressed to me, and also for the commitment that you displayed to provide your support to myself and to the Bureau of this conference. We appreciate your commitment and your goodwill, and we will be counting on your cooperation and support, the support of all of you, in working towards our common goals, in our common interests. So once again, thank you again. And I hope that we can move forward in the same spirit of cooperation that has characterized the past 2 or 3 days of our work here together.
And now, according to our agenda, we will be looking into item 5, credentials of representatives to the conference. More specifically, the report of the Credentials Committee. You will recall that the conference, at its 3rd plenary meeting, established a Credentials Committee. This committee, which elected Ms. Savelina Etuna Ashipala from Namibia as its chair, examined the credentials of representatives to the conference. The report of the Credentials Committee is contained in document GC.19/L1. The committee authorized its chair to verbally update the report in the plenary to reflect any additional registrations, credentials, or communications received by the Secretariat subsequent to the committee's meeting. Therefore, I would now like to give the floor to the chair of the Credentials Committee. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor to address the plenary on the report of the Credentials Committee. The report is before the conference in document GC.19/L.1. Mr. President, I would like to inform the conference that the report of the Credentials Committee reflects the status of credentials received by Secretariat by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, 30th November 2021. Subsequently, that is, by this morning, the Secretariat has received A, formal credentials issued by head of state or government or by the Minister for Foreign Affairs as provided in Rule 27(2) of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference, in respect of the representatives of the following 3 members: Côte d'Ivoire, Indonesia, and Panama. B, a copy of the formal credentials issued by head of state or government or by the Minister for Foreign Affairs have been received in respect of the representatives of Senegal. C, other communications which do not constitute formal credentials under Rule 27(2) of the Rules of Procedure have been received in respect of the representatives of the Seychelles. Consequently, the status of the members now participating in the conference is the following. 120 members are participating in the conference. 71 members, including Côte d'Ivoire, Indonesia, and Panama, have submitted credentials according to Rule 27(2) of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference. And 49 members, including Senegal and Seychelles, have submitted communications as specified in subparagraph 4B and 4C of the report of the Credentials Committee. This concludes my report. Let me take this opportunity to thank the members of the committee for their assistance and for the confidence they placed in me as the chair of the committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Madam, for your statement and your report. I would like to thank the members of the Credentials Committee, and in particular its chair, for having carried out their work in such a timely and efficient manner. Are there any comments on this report? Palestine, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation would like to record its reservations on the credentials of the Israeli delegation issued from occupied Jerusalem, because Israel has annexed Jerusalem in a way that is contravenous to UN resolutions, including UN Security Council resolutions and UN General Assembly resolutions. Therefore, we hope that our reservation will be duly recorded in the records and the written records of the meeting. Thank you very much. We thank the delegate of Palestine for his remarks that will be duly reflected in the digital recordings and in a corresponding footnote in the report of the conference. I now give the floor to Jordan. Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to second the remarks made by the Palestinian delegate. We would also like to record our reservations on the credentials of the State of Israel because they are contravenous to international law. Thank you. We thank the Ambassador of Jordan for these remarks, which will be duly reflected in the digital recordings and in a corresponding footnote in the report of the conference. Are there any other comments? Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to deliver an explanation of position on the report of the Credential Committee. My delegation would like to put on record that taking note of the report of the Credential Committee constitutes by no means and under any circumstances the recognition of the regime of Israel. I request that my delegation's reservation on this agenda item be duly recorded in the official report of Credential Committee and the General Conference. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا لكم.
Thank you for these remarks. I now give the floor to Algeria. Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me the floor. I have asked for the floor to join the statement of the Ambassador of Palestine concerning the credentials of Israel in this session and them being in contravention to the law. Thank you. Are there any other comments? Syria, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. The delegation of the Syrian Arab Republic also aligns itself with the statement of the Ambassador of Occupied Palestine. Thank you. Thank you. Cuba, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor Presidente. Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation sent a scanned copy of our credentials on the 30th of November, and we would ask that this be included in the report of the Credentials Committee. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you.
Lebanon.
Lebanon, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. In brief, my delegation would also like to align itself with the remarks made by a number of delegations on the credentials of Israel, because they go against international law and international resolutions. Thank you. Thank you. Togo.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Just to remind you that we sent our credentials in on the 8th of November. Thank you.
شكرا. Costa Rica.
Buenos días, señor presidente.
Good morning, Mr. President. This morning we received the originals of our credentials, and we would ask the Secretariat to take note of this for Group B and Group A. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you.
ليس هناك أي تعليق.
I see no other requests for the floor. I thank all the representatives that made these remarks, which will be duly reflected in the digital recordings and in a corresponding footnote in the report of the conference. Iraq is asking for the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for taking the floor at this late stage concerning the credentials of delegations. I would like to align myself and my delegation's position with the statement of that of Palestine. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Egypt. Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to join the statement of the Ambassador of Palestine. Thank you. Tunisia. Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to join the statement of the Ambassador of Palestine. Thank you. The Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. President. We wish to underscore that the Dominican Republic sent the digital version of the original credentials, and we expect the originals to arrive today or tomorrow. We always send our documents electronically. I thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you, Oman. Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation also aligns itself with the statement given by His Excellency, the Ambassador of Palestine. Thank you.
هل هناك تعليقات أخرى؟
Are there any other comments? I see none. I thank all the delegates who have taken the floor for their comments, which will be duly reflected in the digital recordings and in a corresponding footnote in the report of the conference. Let us now take up the consideration of sub-item 11D, appointment of an external auditor.
Just came now. Apologies. They just came now. Shall we take them?
You finished. يقضي البند 11 مطلب.
In accordance with Financial Regulation 11.1, an external auditor who shall be the Auditor General or an officer exercising an equivalent function of a member state shall be appointed in the manner and for the period decided by the conference. In accordance with General Conference Decision GC 18/Decision 7, the conference decided to appoint the Auditor General of the Russian Federation as the external auditor of UNIDO for a period of 2 years, from the 1st of July 2020 to the 30th of June 2022. Therefore, the conference will have to take action on the question of the appointment of an external auditor for the period from 1 July 2022 to 30 June 2024. The conference has before it document GC.19/22/Add 1 on candidates for the appointment of an external auditor. 3 candidatures are before the conference, namely Mr. Agung Firman Sampurna, Chairman of the Audit Board of Indonesia, Mr. Alexei Kudrin, Chairman of the Accounts Chamber of the Russian Federation, and Mr. Metin Yener, President of the Court of Accounts of Turkey. As there are more candidates than posts available, voting is needed to arrive at a decision. Thus, in accordance with Rule 100 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Conference, a secret ballot should follow. Rule 101(1) provides that the candidate obtaining the majority of votes cast and the largest number of votes shall be elected. If there are no objections to holding a vote, let us proceed with the balloting. Are there any objections? I see no objections. In accordance with Article 5(2) of the Constitution and Rule 91 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Conference, some members might be in arrears in the payment of their financial contributions. Their financial contributions to the organization to such an extent that they have lost their voting rights. For the present exercise, 38 members have lost their voting rights. In this context, allow me to draw your attention to a draft decision which was submitted to me by the chair of the main committee, informing the conference of the request for restoration of voting rights by the Dominican Republic. The Industrial Development Board, in its decision IDB 49/December 6, or rather Decision 6, has decided to restore voting rights of the Dominican Republic in accordance with Article 5(2) of the UNIDO Constitution. The board also recommended to the General Conference to consider positively the restoration of voting rights of the Dominican Republic in all policymaking organs of UNIDO in accordance with Article 5(2) of the Constitution. This draft decision has been considered by the pre-session informal consultations held in November this year, and after the main committee positively considered this request and recommended it to the conference for approval, may I take that the conference decides to restore voting rights of the Dominican Republic in all policy-making organs of UNIDO in accordance with Article 5(2) of the Constitution? Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft decision? I see none. The draft is adopted.
وقبل الشروع في التصويت على المرشحين لمنصب مراجع الحسابات الخارجي أود أن أذكر بالمادة 73.
Before we get to the elections, I'd like to recall Article 5.2 of the Constitution. In accordance with this article, we need to have a 2/3 majority of the members in order to make any decision. So if we do not have quorum, a vote today cannot take place. And therefore, we're now going to begin counting the members here present and present on the platform. The Secretariat has just told me that we do have quorum and that we can proceed with the election. Paragraph 1 of Annex B of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference has to do with the tellers for the vote. So we will nominate 3 tellers from those present in conformity with the practice adopted in the past. The Bureau is of the view that it would be useful to have 1 teller from the group of 77 in China, another from list B, and a 3rd from list D. Since we haven't had any candidates from list D, we will have a member from list 1. So the candidates are as follows: G77, Mr. Belo Dogon Daji Ali Aleru. From the permanent mission of Nigeria. From list 1, Mr. Karita Weerasinghe, Councillor and permanent mission of Sri Lanka. And from list B, Madam Felicia Pasteiner of the permanent mission of Austria. I assume that there are no objections to the appointment of these 3 tellers. Are there any objections? I see no objections. I therefore request the tellers to come forward and take the place at the podium.
Teller, he will now come. And this is for starting.
Yeah. Okay. This is for the Nigerian gentleman? It's the first one, actually. Together. Then,
he will come, yeah.
They come here, they come here.
Thank you very much for accepting this mission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is for the gentleman.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
أود أن ألفت انتباهكم إلى الوثيقة المؤلفة من صفحة واحدة التي وضعت على مقاعدكم والتي تعرض الخطوات التي ستتبع في التصويت، وستقدم لكم بعد قليل أوراق الاقتراع والظروف الأختام.
I would like to draw your attention to the one-page document that was placed at your seat. It outlines the steps for voting. Ballot papers, envelopes and seals will be provided to you shortly. The ballot papers are blank. Each member is asked to write the last name of only one, and I repeat, one of the candidates on the ballot paper. The ballot paper should then be inserted into the envelope. The envelope needs to be sealed using the sticker that will be provided. The representatives of the members will be called one by one to come to the podium. You'll be asked to identify yourself to the teller using your personalized conference badge and to place your sealed envelope in the ballot box. although any of the alphabets of the official languages of the organization may be used when recording the vote, the Latin alphabet will be used to facilitate the work of the tellers. I'd like to recall paragraphs 12 and 13 of Appendix B of the Rules of Procedure, according to which a ballot may be considered invalid. So the first grounds would be that more than one name has been selected. Secondly, if the voter's identity or signature appears on the paper, if no clear reply is given, and then if the envelope contains no ballot paper or more than one ballot paper. Any blank ballot paper received will be regarded as invalid or an abstention in line with the Rules of Procedure. If you've made a mistake in writing the last name of your preferred candidate on the ballot paper and wish to have a new one, I would kindly ask you to raise your hand. A teller will then provide you with a blank ballot paper in exchange for the ballot paper on which you've made a mistake. This ballot paper will then be destroyed by the teller. Should you require another pen or a sticker, please raise your hand, or if you have any further questions. May I ask the conference officers to distribute the ballot papers, envelopes and seals to the members entitled to vote.
الأردن تفضل.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Jordan, you have the floor. Thank you, President. In order to facilitate the writing of the names on the ballot papers, I think it would be a good idea for you to write the names of the candidates somewhere so that we can write these names correctly on the ballot papers. Thank you.
No, here.
Yeah.
We can.
We will put the names here.
Yeah. شكرا سعادة السفيرة.
Very well, Your Excellency. We will do that. We will post the names of the candidates on the screens here.
Belarus, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just said that we can use any of official language out of 6 of the conference to express our will of one of the candidate. And in the papers that we see in our tables, it mentions that we can use only Latin alphabet, Latin characters to use the name. Does it mean that we can use only, then you could all languages, that only use languages that has Latin characters in its language? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, but we will request a response from the legal advisor. Thank you. Legal advisor, please, can you take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. As I understood it, the question of the distinguished...
It works.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I understood the question of the distinguished delegate of Belarus, the question was whether he wanted to write the name, the last name of the candidates in a different language or the names of the respective countries.
Not the names, but in the papers mentioned that we can use only Latin characters. We have 6 languages of the conference, and some of them do not use Latin characters. Arab, Russian language, particularly use Cyrillic or some different writing. Thank you.
This is a point of order that should be decided now by the plenary. I think by simple majority of members present and voting, they should decide which way we should basically adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your question. As I said in the beginning, using the Latin, it's only a recommendation from the presidents of the conference. Then it is up to you to use the language that you wish. You are free. Thank you very much. أفهم أن الأعضاء قد حصلوا الآن على ورقة اقتراع واحدة وظرف واحد.
I understand that you have now received a ballot paper, an envelope, and stickers. As you can see on the screen, we have the names displayed, the names of the candidates for the position of auditor. And so, in accordance with Rule 100, all elections should be held by secret ballot. The secret ballot will take place according to the process presented in Appendix B to the Rules of Procedure of the Conference. Those members of UNIDO eligible to vote will be called in turn by the Executive Secretary of the Conference in the English alphabetical order, beginning with the member of the conference sitting at the far right of the front row in the conference room, as seen from the podium, who was drawn by lot. In the present seating configuration, we will begin with Saudi Arabia.
سنبدأ الآن عملية الاقتراع.
We will now begin with the balloting.
هل يمكن من السيد المراقب أن يتثبت من أن قد فرغت؟
Could the tellers verify that the ballot box is empty?
هل يمكن لفارزي الأصوات التحقق من أن صندوق الاقتراع فارغ؟
Could the tellers verify that the ballot box is empty?
أدعو الدول الأعضاء
I invite the eligible member states to write the last name of one candidate on the ballot paper, to insert the ballot in the envelope and seal it. The names of the candidates are projected on the screen.
Mr. President, the tellers satisfied themselves that the box was empty before Saudi Arabia.
Okay. يقرأ الأمين التنفيذي الآن أسماء الدول الأعضاء المؤهلة.
The Executive Secretary will now read out the names of the member states eligible to vote. They will proceed to the ballot box and insert their sealed envelopes containing their ballot paper. The tellers will satisfy themselves of the identity of each person casting a ballot. I'd like to mention that according to Rule 95, voting cannot be interrupted until the result has been announced, except on a point of order in connection with the actual conduct of the voting. The voting will now commence, and I ask the ES to continue to call the members eligible to vote.
Excellently, thank you very much. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to verify once again the tellers that the identity of the distinguished delegate from Saudi Arabia has been verified before he has been placing his ballot in the ballot box. Okay, I see that's the case. Then I will continue with the list. Next on my list is Senegal. Please come forward, Excellency. Senegal? Okay, no. Serbia, please. Seychelles. Slovenia. South Africa. Spain. Sri Lanka. State of Palestine. Sudan. Sweden. Switzerland. Syrian Arab Republic. Tajikistan. Thailand. Timor-Leste. Togo. Tonga. Trinidad Tobago. Tunisia. Turkey, Turkmenistan, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates, United Republic of Tanzania, Uruguay, Vanuatu, Vietnam, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Angola, Antigua Barbuda, Argentina, Armenia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Barbados, Belarus, Benin, Bhutan, Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Botswana, Brazil, Bulgaria, Burkina Faso, Cabo Verde, Cambodia, Chile, China, Colombia, Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire, Croatia, Cuba, Cyprus, Czechia, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Djibouti, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, Eritrea, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Finland, Gambia, Germany, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Iran, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Kiribati, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Lebanon, Liberia, Luxembourg, Madagascar, Malaysia, Mali, Malta, Marshall Islands, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mexico, Federated States of Micronesia, Monaco, Mongolia, Montenegro, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nepal, Netherlands, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Qatar, Republic of Korea, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Russian Federation, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Samoa. The list is closed, Excellency.
I now declare the ballot closed. The teller from the group of 77 shall read from his list of names those member states who did not place their ballot papers in the ballot box.
The conference officers will also collect the ballot papers and the envelopes from the tables of those delegations that did not vote and hand them to the teller, who shall mark the ballot papers absent.
الرجاء من الزملاء الأفاضل أن يبقوا في مكان.
I call upon delegates to remain in their seats so that we can make sure that the tallying process is done correctly.
Mr. President, the tellers do have the list of the delegates that didn't vote. And I'll read them as Albania, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Bahrain, Barbados, Benin, Bhutan, Botswana, Cabo Verde, Djibouti, Eritrea, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Fiji, Gambia, Guyana, Haiti, close to them. Sorry, Kiribati, Liberia, Madagascar, Mali, Marshall Islands, Mauritania, Mauritius, Micronesia, Federal States of Monaco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Rwanda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Samoa, Senegal, Seychelles, Switzerland, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Turkmenistan, United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, making a total of and Tajikistan, thank you, making a total of 41. Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا. والآن
Thank you. I now ask the tellers to check the number of envelopes and inform me of the number of those in the ballot box and of those collected from the tables of delegations.
وين هذا؟ Yes, we can continue. والآن أطلب من القائمين على فرز الأصوات.
I now call upon the tellers to check the number of envelopes and to inform me of the number of envelopes.
أدعو الآن فارزي الأصوات بمساعدة المستشار القانوني
I now invite the tellers with the assistance of the legal advisor, two secretaries of the Secretariat and the recorders to proceed to room M0E79 and to tally the results of the voting. In the meantime, I ask delegates to please remain seated in order to maintain the quorum in the room until the end of the voting. Thank you.
أعلن الآن نتائج التصويت.
I would like now to declare the results of the voting.
Of the first series are as follows. 133 members were entitled to vote. 43 members were absent. The candidates secured the number of votes as follows. Mr. Alexis Kudrin received 48 votes. Mr. Sampurna received 26 votes. Mr. Yenner received 15 votes. There were 1 invalid votes. There were no abstentions. The number of votes constituting the required majority being 45, Mr. Kudrin from Russia is declared elected. Congratulations. لقد
We have thus concluded the voting and have elected Mr. Alexei Kudrin from the Russian Federation as external auditor for UNIDO. On behalf of the conference, I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to Mr. Kudrin from the Russian Federation, and I wish him all success in his work as external auditor of the organization. I'm fully confident that the member states will cooperate with him so as he can discharge his duties in the best manner. Can I ask the tellers to tear the ballots, please?
أعطي الكلمة الآن.
I'd like now to give the floor to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Turkey. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I won't be long. I simply wanted to extend our sincere thanks to those UNIDO members for supporting the Turkish Court of Accounts and Mr. Metin Yener for the post of external auditor. And I also would like to thank my Turkish Court of Accounts for being candidate to this post, which should be considered as a sign of Turkey's support and commitment to the work of the UNIDO. And I wholeheartedly congratulate Mr. Kudrin and the Russian Federation on their election, and I wish him success. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, Your Excellency, and I'd like now to give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the Russian Federation, I'd like to express our deep gratitude to all of the member states of UNIDO who have felt that it was necessary and possible to support Mr. Alexei Kudrin's election to the post of External Auditor of UNIDO. We have been the external auditor of UNIDO over the past years, and we have repeatedly accounted for our activity to the member states of UNIDO, and we hope that in the future our work will continue to promote the effectiveness and the budgetary discipline of our organization, the success of which is at the heart of the interests of all the member states. Would also like to thank the Court of Accounts of Turkey and Indonesia for their candidatures. These have been very worthy candidates and certainly of merit, and nonetheless, we would like to thank the member states of UNIDO for the support of our candidatures. This in no way subtracts from their appreciation of the Turkish and the Indonesian candidacies. We'd once again like to thank member states for their support of Mr. Kudrin upon his election to the post of External Auditor of UNIDO. Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you. I'd like now to give the floor to Indonesia. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to congratulate Russia as the newly appointed external auditor to UNIDO. We wish them the best in carrying out this task We would also like to thank Secretariat for managing the smooth candidacy process and for the opportunity to offer our candidacy. Thank you very much.
شكرا.
Thank you very much. If there are no more speakers, we will have thus concluded now the consideration of sub-item 11D. Before concluding this meeting, I'd like to recall that we will hold a thematic event on the revival of industrial policies from 1:50 until 2:50 in this room. We will resume the general debate at 3 p.m. exactly. The meeting is adjourned.
Excellent, sir. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thematic session of Revival of Industrial Policy, Prospect for Establishing a Global Industrial Policy Forum for Multilateral Policy Learning and Knowledge Sharing. Our topic today is industrial policy, and we will try to bring perspectives from both developing and industrialized countries together. Not only that, we will also bring recent thinking and practical experiences on industrial policy from government, academia, and development practice together. Please note that today's event is part of the efforts that UNIDO is undertaking to strengthen the knowledge base towards the achievements of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We will address two blocks of questions. In the first, we will discuss the contribution of industrial policy in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the importance of building an industrial policy capacity among policymakers for resilience in industrial development. In the second block, the convening of a multilateral forum of innovative approaches to industrial policy. Good afternoon, my name is Selma Prodanovic, and I will be your host today. I'm a passionate entrepreneur and angel investor and the Vice President of the European Business Angel Network. But without much ado, allow me to introduce today's distinguished panelists. Please forgive me for not reading their bios, but you can read their vast experience on the website, on the webpage of this event. And let me get started with Ms. Izumi Ono, the Director of National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Japan. Ms. Bibi Fatma Abdul Rahman Ahmed, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, Mauritius. Mr. Rainer Engels, Head, Sectoral Program Sustainable Economic Policy and Private Sector Development, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, Germany. And let me kick off this wonderful first part of the panel, talking first to Ms. Ono and asking Professor Ono, how do you see industrial policy contributing to attaining the SDGs? What is the main role of industrial policy in this regard? And do you think the SDGs can be achieved without industrial policy? Ms. Ono, the stage is yours. You are muted. Can that be? We cannot hear you. So we still cannot hear you, Ms. Ono. Are you unmuted? Yes? Do we have a technical issue? Yes, we have a technical issue? Okay. So we will try, while they are trying to resolve this issue, I'm very sorry for this, but this is what happens. We will try to move to Ms. Ahmed and while they're resolving the issue. And Ms. Ahmed, I hope you are online. Yes, you are. And you are coming from a country representing a well-documented development success, in which I believe industrial policy has played a significant role. Perhaps you can tell us 3 areas where policy has made a difference and in what way. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Selma. Warm greetings from Mauritius to all of you. So before addressing the specific areas where industrial policy has made a difference, I would like first of all to give you an outline of the trajectory of our 50 years of industrialization. This journey dates as far back as the late 60s with the adoption of an import substitution strategy and supported by an export-oriented strategy in the early 1970s. The manufacturing sector was then predominantly focused on the production of textile and clothing products. Between 1987 and 1993, the government adopted a two-pronged policy of consolidation of the textile sector and diversification of industrial base. The following period, 2006-2009, was marked by a series.
I'm sorry. Again, there is a. We hear more sound than needed. I'm sorry. Please, Ms. Ahmed, continue. I apologize.
No, it's okay. So that period was marked by a series of bold policies to further encourage manufacturing activities through the reduction of tariffs and improving the business environment. Thereafter, the main policy directions were geared towards the consolidation, modernization, expansion, and diversification of the industry sector. Since then, the focus has been on the promotion of higher value products, such as medical devices, precision engineering, high-end jewelry, to be able to carve up niches in the upper segments of the global marketplace. The manufacturing sector has become one of the most important pillars of the Mauritian economy. It contributes some 12.1% to gross value added and about 17% of the total labor workforce. When Mauritius acceded to independence in 1968, it was predicted that the prospect of Mauritius to experience any industrial development looked at that time extremely lean. This was based on the fact that Mauritius was a monocrop economy and was a very exiguous market. However, we have reversed this prediction and have developed a vibrant manufacturing sector. This remarkable achievement is the result of well-defined industrial policies and strategies adopted at the right time. Now, I would like to come to the 3 areas of intervention where, for us, policy has made a difference. It was in the unemployment rate prevailing in the 1970s, the chronic deficit in the balance of payments owing to an excess of imports over imports, the poor level of technology uptake. So, regarding our unique employment creation model, in the 1970s, Mauritius was really experiencing a soaring unemployment rate, and the population was relying heavily on agricultural activities. We came up with an import substitution strategy coupled with an export-oriented strategy by enacting legislation, the Export Processing Zone Act of 1970, and the adoption of this policy triggered considerable permutations in the manufacturing landscape. Indeed, the EPZ Act encouraged the setting up of many textile and clothing enterprises, primarily owned by Hong Kong investors and some from Mauritius as well. This became a landmark achievement in the industrial development history of Mauritius. As many textile and clothing enterprises proliferated all across the island, labor-intensive job opportunities were created, mopping up to a great extent the prevailing unemployment crisis, and also alleviating gender equality. More women joined the labor market. This impressive success of the textile sector brought about another change in the Mauritian manufacturing sector. The EPZ sector started to experience an acute shortage of skilled labor. In the ensuing years, the dearth of labor was compensated by the importation of foreign labor, mainly from China and India. Presently, the employment of expatriates represents some 44% of the total employment of the EPZ sector. Nowadays, In order to address the skills shortage, our new industrial policy is guided by the imperative to embark on capital-intensive and high-value-added activities. As for my second point, the various industrial policy trails adopted by Mauritius is the healing of the chronic balance of payment deficit that was marring the economic prosperity of the country. The import substitution strategy, as I mentioned, inspires local investors to engage in local production to replace imported products with locally made ones. The import substitution strategy impacted positively on our balance of payment concern as fewer products were imported. However, owing to the exiguity of the local market, the import substitution strategy had its limits. In 1970, it was supplemented by the EPZ Act, encouraging investors to export their products. This export strategy met with resounding success, as it not only enabled enterprises to enjoy the benefits of economies of scale, but it enabled the manufacturing sector to emerge as an important earner of foreign exchange for the country. The foreign exchange earned also helped the country to pay for its imports and ease the pressure on our balance of payment. Coming to the third contribution of the different industrial policies, it has been in the area of technology adoption. Our import substitution strategy enabled many domestic-oriented enterprises in the food and beverages sector to grow, master their technology, and emerge as competitive regional players. Many domestic-oriented enterprises are now manufacturing high-quality products grouped under the Made in Maurice label, that is Made in Mauritius. The case of textile and clothing is more striking. In the 1970s, the new EPZ Act attracted many Hong Kong operators. These operators brought in the technology of making garments relating to stitching, pressing, and finishing. Gradually, they introduced the technology for cotton knitting and dyeing. Many Mauritian operators learned this technology and perpetuated the activities relating to textile and clothing manufacturing. Subsequently, the Mauritian operators introduced the technology related to spinning and weaving. As of now, Mauritius can boast itself of having some of the largest spinning and weaving plants in sub-Saharan Africa and producing garments for most of the international brands. The policy of welcoming foreign investors has also been fruitful in diversifying our industrial base, more specifically in the medical devices, pharmaceutical, precision engineering, high-end jewelry sector. These policies have enabled Mauritius to diversify its technology base and allowed our labor force to become versatile. So that's from me, Selma.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Ahmed. Thank you for also really pointing out the three examples in 3 areas. I hope now that we will be able to go back to Ms. Ono.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Wonderful, okay. Yes. I apologize for these issues, but I'm more than happy to have you now with us and repeating the question, how is the industrial policy contributing to attaining the SDGs? And what is the main role of industrial policy in this regard? The floor is yours, Ms. Ono.
Thank you very much, Selma, for kind introduction. So I believe industrial policy covering both horizontal and vertical policy measures is essential to achieve SDG. And this point is even more vital in the context of building forward better in a post-pandemic world. The theme today is a revival of industrial policy, but since I am a proponent of industrial policy for long, so I rather argue it is a rise of industrial policy with broader and deeper impacts rather than just a revival. So let me share with you maybe 5 reasons why industrial policy is important, and also without it, SDGs cannot be achieved. First is, just Ahmed mentioned that by propelling industrialization or domestic industrial production with manufacturing as a core, industrial policy directly contributes to the goal 9, that is inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation, and also that consequently leads to the goal 8, that is productive job creation and decent work and growth. And industrial policy, if it is properly formulated and also implemented, that will contribute to income generation and also job creation, and also in the long run, drive transformative changes through value creation and also productivity enhancement. And to this end, I think firm capability building and also investment and human capability is so important. And particularly for developing countries, I think those countries face the underdeveloped market, not just market failure. So it is very important for the government to set a vision and prioritization, and with concrete target, with good understanding of the reality of the private sector through dialogue with them, and then facilitating technology transfer. I think Mauritius is a wonderful example in this regard. The second reason is that the industrial policy, by driving industrialization, has multiplier effects to achieve the other socio-economic goals, such as poverty reduction, that is goal 1, female employment with better working conditions, and reduce inequality, goal 10. I think these can be achieved and also sustained only when productive jobs and income are generated. And also it is contribute to the agricultural productivity and food security, and also health and nutrition by providing agricultural equipment, fertilizer, and also maybe vaccine and drug production medical devices. And also I already talked about the importance of quality of education skill development if industrial policy can properly address those demands for that skill and education. The third aspect is that the industrial policy can steer green industrialization and thus contribute to the achievement of environmental goal of SDG, such as clean water and energy, and responsible consumption and production, and climate action. I think these points have been already emphasized yesterday exactly by Professor Jeffrey Sachs at the Industrial Development Report 2022 launch. He was very much eloquently, convincingly talked about this. And it should be noted that electricity and industry account for together I think about 50% of greenhouse gas emission. So it is so important to think about give a proper incentive for firms to adopt resource efficient technology to reduce those emissions, and also promote sustainable water and energy management. And then fourth, importantly, I think now the objective of industrial policy has become broader with deeper impacts on society and economies with the progress of digital transformation and also servicification. I recall that the professor, Danny Roderick, talked about that I think industrial policy should contribute to the societal goals that lead to sustainability and responsible globalization. In this sense, I think that in Japan, the government and also business sector like Keidanren, Business Federation, embrace a concept of Society 5.0, which aim at creative, the value creative society towards solving societal problems like aging issues, environmental issues, and maybe disaster mitigation, etc., with the power of innovation technologies. And this is fully in line with the NCG. But at the same time, I think manufacturing can play an important role together with linked with service sector and also technological innovation. And finally, I would like to say that industrialization generates growth and contribute to the increased fiscal revenue, which are essential to generate income for the society and investment as the country is needed. And moreover, the faced with COVID crisis, I think many governments are spending massive money for recovery, and we must make sure this will surely help realize inclusive society, green recovery, and structural transformation, particularly in developing countries. So for all those reasons, I really argue that the industrial policy is so essential in achieving SDG to make the economy competitive and also steering economy inclusive and sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ono. Clearly, thank you very much for these responses. Obviously clear that the importance of the industrial policy for development, especially for the key role it plays for attaining the SDGs, and it demonstrate the important space that UNIDO occupies within the UN system and the 2030 agenda. And with a related question, moving also to Mr. Engels, I know you are very much behind some of the most successful responses to capacity development needs in developing countries, including the long-lasting and successful GIZ-UNIDO cooperation on industrial policy. For example, together GIZ and UNIDO have crafted a policy toolkit called UKIP, that directly speaks to training of policymakers. Could you please tell us more about EQUIP, what it is and what it contains?
Thank you, Selma. Dear Excellencies, dear participants, it's a pleasure to be participating in this panel discussion. And yes, this is a success story in two respects. It shows how multilateral and bilateral agencies can join their respective expertise and specific features to support countries. At the same time, the toolbox enhancing the quality of industrial policies, which is the long name for EQUIP, provides much needed and requested support that comes at the right time. Let me explain why. There is a renaissance of industrial policy ongoing in economic science, and there are several reasons behind it. First, industries look much different and more complex than 2 decades ago. Production processes have been digitally optimized. The sectors of manufacturing and services are no longer separated from each other. Services are a major part of products. Take smartphones as example, where thousands of services are offered by a small piece of kit. And the wealth of the smartphone is mainly composed of intellectual products. Second, the economy is increasingly asked to contribute to social and ecological tasks, as has been discussed before already, which cannot be tackled by a simple growth strategy. Climate change requires a decoupling of production from CO2 emissions, poverty alleviation requires a fair distribution of wealth, and markets alone don't solve these challenges. Third, for national economies to stay or get competitive, it is important to have a high-quality economic base and to be innovative. The necessary infrastructure is expensive and needs government support. However, to be successful, industrial policy needs to be evidence-based, private sector-oriented.
We are losing you. I would kindly ask you to repeat, Mr. Engels. If you can just repeat from...
Evidence base is crucial because there is no one-size-fits-all solution for industrial policy. Every country has its specific characteristics concerning the competitiveness of sectors, whether products are for local markets or exports, the skill set and
we do have some technical difficulties.
The availability of energy and raw materials, the bandwidth of the internet, the vulnerability of disaster.
Mr. Engels, we do have some technical issues with the internet. The connection is not so good, and we are losing you. While you are speaking, we are losing you partially.
To name a few. For developing an industrial policy. Private sector Orientation is also important. This concerns administration, where the ease of doing business is an example. Needs and priorities of the private sector should be.
Okay, we have an issue technically. I can hardly hear. I don't know if the connection is different on the live stream. Can you tell me if the live stream is working and it's just here in the room? It's not working, okay.
Can't be here, is that right?
We have to, if you can somehow send a chat to Mr. Engels that we cannot hear him, and we will have to cut. We will continue and come back to the second part of this, his question. Allow me now, it is my honor to now announce and call to the stage the Deputy to the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Hiroshi Kuniyoshi, to introduce the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum and make your statement. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Selma.
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Although many of you are joining virtually, I am pleased to welcome you all to UNIDO. The interventions from the panel so far demonstrate the revival of interest in industrial policy in both theory and practice. The underlying expectation is that industrial policy will contribute to long-term prosperity, simultaneously balancing growth, environmental and social concerns towards the achievement of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In our work at UNIDO, we put strong emphasis on capacity building of policymakers, multi-stakeholder interactions, and evidence-based industrial policy making. Policymakers remain responsible to make strategic decisions about how best to define goals and balance priorities in ways consistent with the country's context, history, and accumulated productive capacities. At the same time, the heterogeneity of approaches to industrial policy across countries means there is a multitude of available knowledge and experience spillovers between countries, and a wide scope for mutual learning. Excellencies, distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, through our engagement with member states and other partners, we have identified an urgent need to facilitate policy dialogue and knowledge sharing on industrial policy. UNIDO's response to this demand is the proposal to establish a multilateral industrial policy forum to facilitate dialogue and knowledge sharing, and to draw from our vast field experiences to inform different aspects of industrial policy. The side event today is one of the first activities that UNIDO undertakes to engage our partners and friends in active discussions around the elements of this industrial policy forum. We have developed some ideas based on our knowledge and interpretation of the current policy discourse, and building on our many years' experience of supporting member states on different areas related to industrial policy making. A multi-stakeholder platform could facilitate identification of common industrial development priorities and areas of collaboration and synergy, while enabling the design and implementation of more effective industrial policies, thereby contributing to the well-being of countries and the world at large. Moreover, member states have a lot to share and learn from each other. For example, how did some small island development states succeed in propelling rapid industrial development while others have experienced slower industrialization? How did some middle-income countries manage to spur continuous growth while others found themselves stuck at this stage of development? Peer learning amongst member states could be a way to unlock industrial development. The field of industrial policy is in continuous development. New ideas constantly come to the fore and are successfully implemented. Policy related to digitalization and Industry 4.0 may be understood in this light. The forum could be a way to transfer this frontier type of knowledge and best practice to member states still in search of the development approach that suits their particular context and history. We should explore the best ways to transfer knowledge and experiences and to transform them into practical guidance for action. Before I end, let me take this opportunity to thank our distinguished speakers and the audience in advance for their thoughts and recommendations on how UNIDO can best progress in this initiative. We would welcome any innovative approaches to industrial policy for consideration in such a multilateral forum. We want to make sure the forum speaks to all of you and welcome all to partner with us in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kunyoshi, the Deputy to the Director General of UNIDO. Thank you very much. In this stage, if we were in regular times, there would be a big applause now, but let's keep it virtual at this moment. And I would like to continue now and move to Ms. Ahmed, really discussing the policies, and I can see the usefulness of sharing the Mauritian strategies and policies with other SIDs, as well as learning from other successful development experiences. In your opinion, do you think that would be a useful function of an industrial policy forum? And what other functions would you suggest such a forum should have? Ms. Ahmed.
Yes, thank you, Selma, for this pertinent question. Before replying, allow me to thank the Director General of UNIDO, His Excellency, Mr. Lee Yong, for inviting me to this event. I also wish to express my appreciation to Mr. Hiroshi Kuniyoshi, Deputy Director General of UNIDO, as well as to Anders for organizing this panel discussion. Okay, so back to our question. As rightly pointed out, sharing of experiences on industrial policies and strategies fosters for me a learning curve, which is an important step in industrial development journey of every country. I have gone to the concept paper, and I believe that the setting up of a multilateral industrial policy forum is a really laudable initiative of UNIDO, particularly given the present challenges in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic and other emerging issues related to the sustainable development goals. My first argument to substantiate this observation pertains to sharing of experiences in the preparation of an evidence-based industrial policy. The ministry has successfully come up with a new industrial policy and strategic plan 2020-2025. This plan aspires to re-engineer the Mauritian manufacturing landscape based on 5 focus areas, which are the strengthening of our industrial foundations, upgrading of value chains, supporting local production, promoting regional and global exports, and fostering the adoption of smart and advanced technologies pertaining to Industry 4.0. During the preparatory phase of this strategic plan, we have gained a lot of insights which are crucial for the successful formulation of industrial policy. Let me share with you the lessons learned. The EQUIP model developed jointly by UNIDO and GIZ, Reina will be glad to hear that, was used as a basis combined with the competencies of the consultant and adapted to the local context of Mauritius. Close collaboration with the public and private sector stakeholders in the manufacturing ecosystem it is imperative to enlist the necessary buy-in and ownership of the strategic plan, particularly from our economic operators. The success of an industrial policy lies in ensuring institutional synergy and coordination with all relevant stakeholders. In this perspective, the Ministry has set up a new structure, the Industrial Policy Executive Oversight Committee, under my chair, and comprising key public and private stakeholders. This collaborative partnership is yielding positive results, with around 50% of the recommendations of the strategic plan being implemented. These ground realities are not obtained in textbooks, but acquired on the field through practical experience. This is why I believe that one of the key functions of the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum should facilitate the exchange of these practical experiences, which cannot be gleaned from a theoretical perspective only. Bear in mind that policymaking is dynamic and should be responsive to the needs at hand. My second point refers to capacity building, which is crucial in the industrial policy formulation process. I firmly believe that the forum, through its interaction with member states, could play an important role in identifying needs for capacity building in priority areas, notably digitalization, automation, greening of industries, and in domesticating the equipped toolkit to the local context. The third function of the forum relates to technical assistance. For instance, to advise and conduct an assessment of the manufacturing sector of each member state, identify their strategic thrusts to subsequently come up with relevant project activities for technical assistance by UNIDO in collaboration with donor agencies and countries. In this vein, the forum needs to be adequately supported by professionals and academics in the industrial policy sphere to ensure the successful rollout of project activities. With regard to the fourth function, I have noted that an organizing committee and an advisory committee will be set up to support the operations of the MIPF. UNIDO has our full support on this proposal. So these are my points, Selma. What will be the functions of the forum?
Thank you very much, Ms. Ahmed. Thank you very much. And it was great insights, really clearly set to the point, great inputs on what can be done. And I would like to go back to Mr. Engels. I hope the connection is now better. We will move forward to the second part of the question and some additional ideas towards the forum. And maybe you can see countries like Germany share their experience with digitalization and Industry 4.0 with developing countries and placing an emphasis of what works and what doesn't. What is your opinion on that, Mr. Engels?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, thank you very much.
So sorry for the technical problems. I don't know what happened. I've rejoined 2 times now. I hope this now stays working.
Stable,
and thanks to Ms. Ahmed already mentioning their use of EQUIP, and if there is time at the end, I would like to come back to explain a little bit more about how EQUIP is working and give you some examples. But I now would like to also stick to your question. And sure,
please, I'm sorry, please do take 2 minutes more to, unfortunately we had to cut you off and you were not able to tell us more about it. Just take 1 or 2 minutes more to continue on the first question and then move to the second question, please.
Okay, you're welcome. So I would like to start by giving you some examples on how EQUIP is working and where we have been working together with countries and with UNIDO. First example is looking at the Western Balkans, and there are 6 countries have decided to jointly apply to the EQUIP approach for the development of a monitoring and evaluation system for the industrial policy they have. So by that they would be able to track the economic, social and environmental impact of the industrial policy packages. This was supported by GIZ on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the technical capacities of the 6 countries were successfully strengthened. So being quite different in their industrial base, all 6 countries have in common that they are proceeding in their accession process to the European Union, and that process comprises the development of a modern industrial policy. Second example is Cambodia, where UNIDO has organized executive briefings and following training workshops on evidence-based industrial policy making. And the government's objective was to modernize and transform the country's industrial structure from a labor-intensive to a skills-driven industrial sector by 2025. Similar to Mauritius, but in an earlier state, I would say. To achieve this ambitious vision, Cambodia needs policymakers who are capable of drafting effective industrial policies based on reliable data and sound evidence using advanced analytical methodologies. The third example is the SADC region, and in this region we have supported a strategy on regional level, which has been developed in 2013 as a 50-year strategy project, and part of it is industrial policy.
Have we lost Mr. Engels again? Unfortunately, I can hear him, but I cannot see him. No connection, no connection. Okay. This is wonderful, the way it is working. Sometimes we should say that technology, we are that far that we are able to get the connection between countries, but yes, it is working. He's back. Can we continue with Mr. Engels? And I think we will now, we had the 3 examples that he showed us and mentioned, and maybe we can now move on to the second part of his question, if he's listening to me. Yes, okay, I have you back. So we had the 3 examples for the EQUIP.
I hear you, yes.
And now if we can move to the...
Yeah, the last one would be Ukraine, but can you hear me?
Yes, it is again not so good, but we can hear you. You mentioned Ukraine.
Yes, I would not go into Ukraine at the moment, but would like to come to your second question.
Yes, thank you.
So an industrial policy forum can improve exchange of experiences in many ways. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. The exchange of experience of the developed countries like Germany to towards other.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to proceed. So the example of Germany in the field of digitalization and especially Industry 4.0 means a production mode where the whole product life cycle is integrated in a company-wide network, the so-called Internet of Things. All tools, materials, and products are connected. The production is supervised with the support of various and numerous sensors. Research and development are optimized by virtual tools, and individualization of the production to clients' wishes is also possible. Even the integration in an overall circular economy is part of Industry 4.0. In the times of the pandemic, it also helps in optimizing the logistics by reducing the risks. The concept started in large companies, industrialized countries, and was supported right from the beginning through governments and research institutions, and business organizations and trade unions were also part of the development. In Germany, they also joined forces in the platform Industry 4.0 that organized exchange, catalyzed research, developed and introduced complex standards, ranking from interoperability of systems to cybersecurity. All industrialized countries have similar platforms that organize the national stakeholder dialogue and also the international exchange. And Germany could share its experiences with this type of institutionalized broad support to industrial policy making. Up to now, only few developing countries have such a system. Of course, Industry 4.0 is not the right approach to industrial development in all countries, at least in the short run. But there are quite a lot of minimum requirements for such a political and economic orientation. Another example is the need of greening the industries due to climate change to reach the goal of keeping the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. Complete decarbonization of the whole economy is necessary. And that is something which is very challenging, and where a need of cooperation is there and exchange between all the stakeholders all over the world. And an industrial policy forum could help in this respect enormously. Economic development, and especially industrial development, also needs to take into account the quality and quantity of jobs. Digitalization, urbanization, platform economies, international trade dynamics, greening of industries, all these trends are changing the world of labor significantly. So economic growth and job creation are not automatically linked. The international community has agreed to eradicate absolute poverty by 2030. Economic development plays a central role in reaching that goal. But there is no automatism. As all these examples show, an exchange on industrial development needs to be organized to cope with these and many other challenges, and to make as much as possible use of opportunities that, that change offers. And such an exchange needs to integrate policy decision makers, businesses, trade unions, research, and civil society. Such a place doesn't exist up to now, and it is time to provide it. Therefore, a kind of industrial policy forum is very much needed and timely. And I would heavily support the development of such an idea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Engels, for supporting and clearly supporting the creation of such a forum. I would like now to move to Ms. Ono, and I would like you to reflect on the functions of an industrial policy forum, and what would you suggest being its main functions, and also what do you think whether UNIDO should team up with other UN organizations as well as with member states in the establishment of an industrial policy forum? Could you share with us your opinions?
Okay, thank you very much, Selma. First of all, I really fully support UNIDO's proposal for convening annual multilateral industrial policy platform. And this is because very timely, especially in light of growing interest in industrial policy, in addressing post-pandemic challenges and SDG, and also increasing complexities of industrialization landscape, such as digitalization, green, global value chain reshaping, importance of resilience, as many people already mentioned. So I think particularly for developing countries, enhanced policy capability is more and more required, and particularly so as a multilateral organization with practical experience of industrial development in partner countries, I think UNIDO is properly placed to assume a lead role in this multilateral industrial policy platform in partnership with relevant organizations and donors, experts, and I think by topic. So this is what I think in generally in responding to your question. And I have some comments and what I agree and also what I want to suggest, okay, if I may. What I agree strongly is that maybe two issues. First is that it is really good that this multilateral industrial policy forum aims at policy capacity building. This is because that the critics of industrial policy in the past attacked that the weak government, the capacity to justify is not going to work, in particular in developing countries. But I believe we should aim at step-by-step, gradual step-by-step learning and enhancement of industrial policy capability, because no emerging countries today had such capacity from the beginning. As we learned from Mauritius' experience, they learned a lot from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, other countries, Japan, also from the Meiji, Korea, China, Singapore, etc. So I think how to acquire knowledge and internalize those knowledge into their own situation through trial and error, that is very much important. And I think learning is a dynamic process, so that can be built through concrete effort. So I would like to call it the dynamic capacity development. And then there should be a space for developing countries to go through trial and error and learning by doing. So that's why I think donors should support this process. Second, why I think this is good is that this forum emphasizes an action-oriented approach with very specifics. I think already maybe Selma and Ahmed already mentioned that it is a very concrete action-oriented approach going beyond general discussion. I think because of the nature of industrial policy debate has been changing a lot, not kind of theoretical or debate, much more on the how to do it on a practical aspect. So in this case, I think we should really think about the how aspects, practical aspects of industrial policy making and implementation, which include process of how to set a goal, how to talk to the private sector, how to maybe design concrete maybe policy measure based on the learning from benchmarking countries. What you can achieve, what you can integrate, what you can modify to your country's own situation. So I think those issues are very important. And that's why I really feel like this practical maybe focus of this forum is very important. Then I just wanted to say a few words about what I would like to suggest additionally. First of all, I think it is really important to engage high-level policy makers for this forum, because that the industrial policy is broad and also that scope is broadening even more in today's context. And then I think industrial policy making requires a lot of interministerial coordination, multi-stakeholder discussion, not only business, but also various maybe NPO, etc. So I think Ministry of Industry and equivalent is very important role to play. At the same time, I think we need maybe political leadership. So I think engagement of that high-level policymaker is very much important. Another thing which I would like to suggest is that maybe importance of follow-up actions in selected countries which are really seriously committed in improving their industrial policy capabilities with high-level political commitment. In that case, maybe UNIDO or together with other partner organizations can have a more in-depth country dialogue, and then can make some maybe follow-up discussion of the comparison of other countries, that the comparative analysis and what kind of maybe measures can be taken, what is a suitable way for the country to adapt. So those processes can be maybe installed, and then if some technical cooperation can be maybe followed up, that would be very good. Maybe depending on some topics, other partners can be called upon, or other maybe UN organization can be called upon. So I think maybe concrete maybe follow-up in learning by doing in process in the country, which are very much seriously thinking about this industrial policy improvement based on the forum participation would be very useful. In this sense, I just wanted to share the very Japanese experiences, because Japan is one of the few donors who practice industrial development cooperation with industrial policy support. What we do is that we engage in the high-level policy makers in thinking about what is their maybe agenda or problem is, and what is the concrete maybe entry point we will think together. Then, based on maybe dialogue, sharing experiences or other countries, not only Japan are bringing other maybe Asian countries' experiences. And then if time allows, we try to invite, for example, the maybe JICA pilot activities so that they can integrate some learning by doing activities. So in that kind of very intense, maybe tailor-made approach, with follow-up action would be very useful. And then in the case of Japan, we have been doing in several, maybe dozens of countries in Latin America or East Asia, in Africa, maybe Ethiopia, we did it, but right now it's a bit difficult situation. But I think that kind of experiences, methodology can be, I hope, very useful. So maybe this will be very complementary what GIZ is doing. I think Rainer's the presentation is very interesting in the sense that you can share some kind of standardized methodology of making evidence-based industrial policy making. But I think that can be enhanced if combined with tailor-made approach by country-specific follow-up on the ground. This is what I just wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ono. I would just, it was really a delightful insight that you have given, but maybe can I just ask you to go one moment deeper into discussion in terms of the any recommendations that you might have emerging from such a forum that would lead to actions by member states. So do you have any recommendations, Ms. Ono, on how we can ensure that recommendations emerging from the forum are truly also lead to action in the member states?
Yeah, what I just said was that because I think industrial policy is really country specific. So we can discuss in general what is maybe important new methodology, ideas, how to cope with green industrialization, digitalization, those things. But I think each country is very different. That's why I just mentioned that it will be useful if it can be done for some selectively we can engage in the country which are really seriously try to improve those industrial policy making in certain topics. Then some of the follow-up in country-specific context in country can be made. For example, UNIDO has an office and you have a technical cooperation project. So maybe in some, depending on some kind of different topics, different partners or expert can be called upon. So that's why I feel like maybe specific follow-up would be very useful based on the general discussion and experience sharing in the forum. And I think if political leadership or high-level policy makers attend those conferences, maybe that will also facilitate how we can be selectively engage those maybe really willing, serious countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ono. It's definitely going into the specifics of each country. I would like just to give the opportunity to Ms. Ahmed and Mr. Engels for a final statement or recommendation that you would like to give in terms of how we can engage the countries to really take action. And Ms. Ahmed, a short statement from your side.
Yes, I concur with Izumi regarding what the points have raised regarding the assistance to be provided to member states with donor facilitating, UNIDO acting as a facilitator in partnering with donor agencies to secure funding, and emphasis should be laid on capacity building, and most importantly, the proper mechanism for reporting and follow-up is crucial in my point of view. So with my closing remarks, I would like to reiterate my full support to UNIDO for the setting up of the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum. For me, it is my true belief that the establishment of such a forum is highly opportune, and it will provide a new impulse to the core functions of UNIDO which hinge on supporting member states in the industrial development pathway. You can rely fully on my collaboration and that of my team in your future endeavors. I would just like to end by saying that bold and right decisions have to be taken today so that tomorrow we can reap the benefits. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this inspiring finish that you just gave us, Ms. Ahmed, about the bold, leading into the future in a bold way. And Mr. Engels, a short final statement from your side, if we can have the connection.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
I would see such a forum as an important step for exchange and to further develop ideas and technologies and exchange best practices. And that can lead to, of course, the use by individual countries. That is not automatically, as you can't put industrial policy in a negotiating mode and then force countries to develop something, as every country is different and needs a specific industrial policy. And that is a good reason to have a forum to exchange and to learn from each other. And of course, as GIZ is an implementing agency and not a donor, I can only promise that GIZ will support wherever we can. And we wish all the best to the idea and hope that the forum will really take place in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Engels, GIZ. Thank you all to the panelists for your great ideas on this industrial policy forum. I am convinced that UNIDO will consider these seriously and the ideas that you have shared. I would like to profoundly thank the panelists for a wonderful and insightful debate. You have really highlighted several important aspects of industrial policy and the role it plays for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and thus for development overall. Let me summarize what we have heard today. 3 key messages. 1, achieving the SDGs is not possible without industrial policy. 2, industrial policy capacity is imperative for building resilience in industrial development. And 3, very importantly, we have heard loud and clearly the call that UNIDO should convene an annual forum on innovative industrial policy peer learning. Excellencies, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. I trust that everyone appreciates the important role that industrial policy plays in economic development, not only for economic growth, but also for social inclusion and environmental sustainability. With this, I hope you enjoyed this, and you enjoyed the rest of the General Conference, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
حضرات المندوبين الموقرين.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representative, ambassadors, colleagues, I declare open the 8th plenary meeting of the 19th session of the General Conference. At the outset, I would like to begin by reminding you that the main committee will take place between 4:30 and 6:30 in Boardroom D on the 4th floor of C building and on the Interprify platform online. We shall now take up item 7, election to organs. These are 2 organs. Stipulations concerning the election of members of the Industrial Development Board and the Programme and Budget Committee are contained in the rules of procedure of the conference. We shall first take up sub-item 7A, election of 27 members to the Industrial Development Board. In accordance with Articles 1 and 2 of Article 9 of the Constitution, the Industrial Development Board consists of 53 members of the organisation. These members are elected by the conference, with due regard given to the principle of equitable geographical distribution. Members of the board hold office from the close of the regular session of the conference at which they were elected until the close of the regular session of the conference 4 years thereafter. Members of the board may be re-elected. We will now proceed with the election of 27 members of the board distributed as follows. I give the floor now to China.
Mr. President and dear colleagues, before we move into the agenda item of PPC and IDB member states election, I would raise one question concerning the information note delivered by Secretariat yesterday evening. It's an information note concerning decision-making at the 19th session of the General Conference. We would request Secretariat to make clarification on the purpose of this information note, because it's concerning to the proposal made by the General Committee. And yesterday noon, we have no time to discuss this issue. If possible, we request the plenary meeting discuss this issue after we finish the agenda item on IDB and the PPC member states election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellency, thank you very much. I thank the distinguished delegate from China for the question. I'd just like briefly to clarify the intention of that note. I'd just like to highlight that this note has only been sent out for any potential ad hoc decision that may be taken by the General Conference, like a point of order, for example. We have done this because, of course, as everybody is aware, we are undertaking this General Conference in a hybrid format. And we have discussing within the General Committee the way of how conduct business in case there would be such ad hoc requests. At this current exercise here, which is before us this afternoon, which is sub-item 7A, sub-item 7 actually, we do have not before us an ad hoc decision. In fact, this is something which has been discussed prior, actually. Now, as by past practice over the last years in General Conferences, the elections which are coming up are organized in such a way that each regional group is presenting to the General Conference an agreed list of those countries who may wish to take up, if elected, if voted for, the respective seat in either IDB or PBC. And as past practice, and because of the system of agreed lists by regional group, as you know, those lists are decided upon by a consensus matter and a no objection process, actually. Those you are, I hope, very familiar with when the President comes to this and presents this to you in the documents. We have been, again, presenting these documents earlier. So I'd just like to clarify once again, the note sent out from yesterday evening only refers to ad hoc decisions like a point of order, if requested so by a member state, and is not to be seen in the connection with the now upcoming elections, which we are in fact discussing under item 7. I hope this clarifies. Thank you very much.
والكلمة الآن لكوبا. تفضل.
I give the floor to Cuba.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. President, my delegation would like to firstly express its gratitude for the explanation given by the Secretariat on the topic of the explanatory note. But we also believe that, like the delegation of China, that we need to designate a moment in the plenary session to discuss the content of this note, given that it is not entirely clear what's being proposed, and it would be positive to have an exchange on this proposal with regard to the application of the roll call for ad hoc decisions. It seems to me that it would be positive to have a moment to be able to discuss what is being proposed in this note. Thank you very much.
شكرا.
I thank the delegation of Cuba.
Russia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Russian delegation would like to say that when it comes to considerations with regard to transparency and openness in the process, we cannot support the recommendation which was submitted to us yesterday by the Secretariat. We believe that the issue of voting is a very important topic and should be discussed with all member states who are interested in it and in advance. Not during the time of our actual meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. China, you have the floor again, please.
Thank you, Chairman. With regard to the substance of the proposal made by General Committee, we are concerned that the possible case when there would be virtual voting on certain specific issues. Of course, we do not mind the format, whether it's online vote through roll call votes or show of hands. We do not mind these two approaches, but what we mind or concerned is, shall we follow the rules of established practice on physically voting at presence, or we change the established rules into virtual voting? I think this is a fundamental question the Secretariat did not answer to us. So we support the position of Russia and against Cuba, and we would request the General Committee reconsider this proposal again if the General Committee intend to introduce this new rule. It needs to be discussed among member states, and it's up to member states for endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. ليس هناك طلب كلمة.
I see that there are no other requests to take the floor to comment on this subject.
No further request. I don't see it. Okay. Okay. شكرا للمتدخلين.
I would like to thank all of those who took the floor. And now, please allow me, at the outset, to clarify this situation. The President listened to and understood the requests and statements made by countries which took the floor. But here we need to recall the following. This, Agenda Item 7, namely the item which deals with the election of members of the Industrial Development Board and the Programme and Budget Committee, in the framework of Article 102 of the Rules of Procedure, is a separate subject. The issue of voting is not directly linked to and has no impact on this issue which we're addressing here, which is Agenda Item 7. So the President is going to propose to you the following proposal and path. We can proceed to the election of members of the IDB and the PBC, and then we will be able to open the debate on addressing the issue which was proposed here. So what I am suggesting to you is that we work together in this way. What are your feelings on the matter?
لا أرى أي اعتراض. شكرا لكم.
I see no objection to this proposal, so I would like to thank you for your understanding and for your good cooperation. Let us therefore move on to our consideration of Agenda Item 7. We're going to begin now with the election of the 27 members of the Industrial Development Board as follows. There will be 13 members from states in List A, of which 7 are from African states and 6 from Asia-Pacific states. There will be 7 members elected from states in List B and 5 members from states in List C, as well as 2 members from states in List D. Now, when it comes to African states in List A, the following states are proposed as candidates: Angola, Tunisia, Algeria, South Africa, Ghana, Morocco, and Nigeria. Are there any objections to the proposed candidatures? I see none. I see no objection. So the list of members representing the African states is adopted. Now, with regard to Asia-Pacific states in List A, the following states are proposed as candidates: India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Thailand, Kyrgyzstan, and Mongolia. Is there any objection to the proposed candidatures? I see none. I see no objection. Therefore, the list of members from the Asia-Pacific states is adopted.
For states in List B, the following states are proposed: Austria, Ireland, Luxembourg, Malta, Spain, Switzerland, Turkey are the proposed candidates. Is there any objection to the proposed candidatures? I see none. The list of members from states in List B is adopted. For states in List C, the following states are proposed as candidates: Argentina, Panama, Peru, Venezuela, Costa Rica. Is there any objection to the proposed candidatures? I see none. The list of members from states in List C is adopted. Finally, for states in List D, the following candidates were submitted by the chair of the group: the Russian Federation, Hungary. Is there any objection to the proposed candidatures? I see none. The list of members from states in List D is adopted. We have concluded the election of the members of the board. Now, may I invite the conference to take up sub-item 7B, election of members to the Program and Budget Committee. In accordance with Article 10.1 and 10.2 of the Constitution, the Program and Budget Committee shall consist of 27 members of the organization elected by the conference, which shall give due regard to the principle of equitable geographical distribution. Members of the committee shall hold office from the close of the regular session of the conference at which they were elected until the close of the regular session of the conference 2 years thereafter. Members of the committee may be re-elected. We now proceed with the election of 27 seats distributed as follows: 11 members from states in List A, consisting of 6 from African states, 5 from Asia-Pacific states, 9 members from states in List B, 4 members from states in List C, and 3 members from states listed under List D. From African states in List A, the following states have been proposed as candidates: Algeria, Burkina Faso, Egypt, Ghana, Morocco, Tunisia. Is there any objection to the proposed candidatures? I see none. The list of members from African states is adopted. For Asia Pacific states, in List A, the following states were proposed: China, the Philippines, India, Pakistan, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Is there any objection to the proposed candidates? I see none. The list of members from Asia Pacific states is adopted. For states in List B, the following states were proposed as candidates: Spain, Germany, Italy, Turkey, Finland, Malta, Austria, Japan. One seat remains vacant. Is there any objection to the proposed candidatures? I see none. The list of members from states in List B is adopted. For states in List C, the following states were proposed as candidates: Mexico, Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina. Is there any objection to the proposed candidatures? I see none. The list of members from states in List C is adopted. As for members from states in List D, the following three candidates were submitted by the chair of the group: the Russian Federation, Poland, Hungary. Is there any objection to the proposed candidates? I see none. The list of members from states in List D is adopted. We have concluded the election of the members of the Program and Budget Committee. Item 7 is herewith closed.
والآن كما وقع الاتفاق عليه.
As agreed, now we shall open up again the discussion with reference to the paper presented and distributed yesterday to the member states with reference to the voting mechanism. So the floor is open for discussion.
Pakistan.
Thank you,
Please,
Mr. President. I think the questions raised by colleagues from China, Russia, and Cuba are valid, and it's very useful to have a frank discussion on this. And as you recall, in the committee, we had this discussion on this issue, and it was very clear to us and other members that there's no intention and no reason to imply that there is a change in the rules of our conduct. So it was an anticipated scenario if it is required. In case of raising hand, it is difficult to be transparent and fair in the virtual format. So that is why it was suggested as a solution, not in any case change of the rules on voting. So that is where we understand that there is no need, no reason to change the rules. There is no attempt towards that direction. And in case situation arises on the virtual format, every member who is not present will be able to identify itself so that it is verified the member who is sharing its decision is part of the delegation and representing the member state. So this is our understanding. That is why we agreed with this proposal to initiate the circular note. And once again, we reiterate there is no change and we do not anticipate any change in the rules. Thank you.
China, please.
Clear. Thank you, Chairman. We appreciate distinguished ambassador of Pakistan delegation for clarification. And can we get more further clarification that according to this information note, the proposal of the General Committee does not allow the virtual voting. That means, according to this information note, does the General Committee allow the online voting or virtual voting or not? This is a simple question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Excellency. I tried to explain the technical background as far as we see it, although I thank the delegates for this discussion because we also believe that this is indeed a discussion which is very necessary, specifically as we're holding a general conference under very specific circumstances, which all of us has been sort of affected the one the other way. So thank you very much for this. Now, when it comes to the question of the virtual voting, then it is our understanding that, and that is indeed true, that in the rules of regulations, no voting by electronic means, as it is called, is foreseen. Now, the discussion which arises here is if a member state in a roll call identifies itself and says its decision, for example, for a point of order, which is I agree, I disagree, or I abstain, is that technically considered a virtual voting, or is that considered making itself heard? Indeed, that is a debate which I do think is very crucial and is very important, because indeed there may be different views on that very matter, actually. And so it is our technical understanding that if you are on a screen, like you're on a screen here in the room, and you identify yourself and say your decision, you indeed identify yourself and you say your decision in a roll call, then of course it is typically transparent, verifiable, and recorded as well. And so we would not consider electronic means. However, I do understand that there are many delegations who would see clarification if that specific instance would mean, in fact, electronic voting by electronic means. We do not think so, because what we see here is the recording of the vote and not the presence to it. But again, this is something which indeed requires, I do think, also deep understanding for the very purpose of that very meeting, which is held under very peculiar circumstances, actually. And as the Secretariat has always been asked to ensure under all circumstances, equal treatment for each and every member state at any given point in time, the way of making its decision heard and known to the conference, and within the rules of regulations, a roll call, we felt is something which indeed is very possible, because a show of hands, and we would typically do this, you may recall the decision in the IDB on the restoration of voting rights for the delegation of Venezuela, which has been voted upon by the IDB in fact, a show of hands mechanism in accordance with the rules of procedures, which are similar to the one of the GC, has been possible. Now, a show of hands in that virtual format, where some delegations, with all due rights, are in fact not physically in the room, but visible through their screens, actually, is difficult because you don't have all screens at the same time verifiably on the screen to count the votes as you would do in the room. So the second mechanism already established in the rules of procedures is in fact a roll call, where you call on each and every single country which has voting rights and ask that country to please loudly declare the decision on that specific vote, actually. So we felt that is a possibility under the current circumstances, indeed allow everybody in such way to participate in this vote. If it comes up, and I'd just like to once again highlight that we're talking here about ad hoc decisions to be taken, like a point of order, or you may recall again in the IDB on the restoration of voting rights just in the spot of the session at that point of time. Once again, however, we do think in the Secretariat that that indeed is something which spills very much beyond this general conference and does require a very thorough view by member states on the way forward. However, for that very session, the General Committee has felt that that is the way forward in order to enable for every member state at every point of time equal opportunity to participate in the deliberations on the one hand, and if the case may come up, participate in the possibility to declare their decision about a certain word was out there. I hope this clarifies. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Thank you.
Cuba, تفضل.
Cuba, go ahead, please.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the Secretariat said, this issue can be open to different interpretations. From my delegation's viewpoint, when you say a country can vote through a virtual platform, then technically it's referring to a virtual vote. And a virtual vote is not included in the rules of procedure of UNIDO's General Conference. In fact, in the chapter on decision-making, Article 92, regarding the necessary majority required for certain decisions, refers to a simple majority or two-thirds majority of members who are voting and present. That is those that are present in the room, not those who are participating virtually. Now, for the General Conference to decide to suspend or amend a rule of procedure of the General Conference, then Article 120 should be invoked. An article must be suspended by a two-thirds majority of voting states present. That is our interpretation. The virtual vote is not included in the rules of procedure. And if you want to amend or suspend certain articles of the rules, then we need a decision from the General Conference. Therefore, Chair, I consider that this subject needs to be analyzed by our legal advice, our legal counsel, so that we all know what we are talking about and what the options are. As I've already said, from my delegation's point of view, if a country says yes, no, abstention through a virtual platform and its opinion will be taken into account, if that vote has an impact on the required majority, then that is a virtual vote because it used a virtual platform, and that is not covered by the rules of procedure. That is the opinion of the Cuban delegation, and I would like to hear what a legal advisor has to say on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Spain, please.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The note issued by the Secretariat yesterday was a response to a question or a request made by the Ambassador of Spain the previous day. And before that, I'd like to try and explain why we are in this situation and acknowledge that the Secretariat had to make a huge effort at improvisation to adapt a general conference from one format to another. And we're grateful to them for their good intentions. They have tried to facilitate access to those of us in Vienna and those outside Vienna who are not able to attend in person. Other speakers have said that a virtual vote is a significant change which is not currently covered by our rules of procedure, and that we could interpret the rules of procedure in such a way that a virtual vote could be acceptable, but that would require a calm dialogue in informal consultations such as those that we had before this general conference, and we were not able to have enough of those before we found out about the change in format. Yesterday, Ambassador Monterrubio asked a series of questions which were not answered in the Secretariat's note. We consider, therefore, that we must take into account factors such as representativity. Those here in the room have had to go through different checks, photo ID, etc. We know who we are. Our identities have been verified, but we do not know who is on the other side of the screen and whether they are in the letter of credentials. And what is the point of having those credentials if we can't know who is on the other side of the screen? There are a series of underlying issues with regards to these changes, which I think we cannot rush into. When it comes to elections such as that of the external auditor, the Secretariat made a huge effort to help delegations who were unable to attend in person to be able to vote. You can't apply that system such as raising your hand. We've had to have a virtual vote, which is something new, and there are technical issues involved. We have some ideas, but we honestly think this is not the time to discuss them. Therefore, that's why we are concerned. That's why we asked for a note from the Secretariat, and we request that later on, we hope that member states can meet to discuss the interpretation of Article 93 in the Rules of Procedure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Russia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, President. We also welcome and note the work of the Secretariat. It's a great deal of work that they have done under such difficult conditions. We've always supported them and will continue to do so. But at the same time, we wouldn't like there to be an impression that those countries who are speaking at the moment on this item are hindering in some way the full participation of other delegations in this process. Quite the contrary. My delegation would be ready to discuss this issue if it were raised. If it had been raised before the beginning of the conference. We had a whole series of consultations, but this topic wasn't raised or discussed at any of them. In our view, in order to have the opportunity now to use the decision solution which is being proposed, it should have been submitted to member states much earlier. Member states should have been able to take the corresponding decision, which would have been correspondingly set out, and we regret that this did not happen. Thank you.
Thank you. There is any other request to the floor? Mexico, you have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. To summarize, my delegation understands the concerns voiced by previous speakers. Decision-making has to be clear, transparent, and based on mutually understood rules. We're aware of the changes that had to be made by the Secretariat to deal with the COVID situation here in Austria and to fulfill the health requirements of the Austrian government, our host country, and also for everyone's health. My delegation agrees that this requires a an analysis that is not rushed, and we need to be aware of all the issues. My delegation would like to recall that although voting is referred to, it's not often used here in Vienna and at UNIDO. So I would urge everyone to show flexibility given the current health situation. My delegation would call upon everyone to make an effort to reach consensus on the decisions before us. We're sure that the outstanding issues will benefit from consensus. Thank you, Chair, for opening up this dialogue, and we hope that we will be able to consider the implications of voting without rushing into anything. Thank you.
Thank you. China, you have the floor. On the screen.
Thank you, Chairman. My statement would be brief. The first point is that the Chinese delegation prefer to the strict interpretation on Rule 92 and 93 of the Rules of Procedure. That's to say, we understand the current rules does not imply any forms of virtual voting. That's our first understanding. Secondly, if we enlarge the interpretation on these two rules, that could result in the abuse of voting method. This could be inconsistent with the Vienna spirit to reach consensus by negotiations or by consultations, rather than by votings in an easy way. So in this logic, we would insist on our reservation of the proposal made by General Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Venezuela, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. First, Chair, I would like to say thank you that this issue has been raised this afternoon. I apologize. I was somewhere else and I was a little bit late. Venezuela considers that this issue cannot be taken lightly. We need time for this debate. Venezuela's position is that we should not establish a precedent by rushing into anything. And we should not consider remote voting. We are consistent with this, not just in Vienna, but elsewhere too. And we would definitely not be in favor of it. Chair, we are willing to talk as long as is necessary, but always respecting the rules. Thank you, Chair, and you can count on Venezuela to work on this, but we would urge caution. And there's one more thing I'd like to add, Chair. Any change, any substantial change requires the right technology, and we don't have that. We need the resources to back a decision of this nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other request for the floor? There is no further request. Then let me make some comment, if I may. The first one, sont en train de subir.
We're suffering the side effects or the collateral damage of COVID, which goes beyond health, economic, and social criteria. Now it affects our rules of procedure.
Delegation for their comments. I, as the president of the conference, together with the members of the General Committee, having listened closely to your comments and taken note of your perspectives, I propose to proceed as follows. A meeting of the General Committee will be called for tomorrow morning. This matter will be treated. In the meantime, I encourage all delegations to communicate their positions to their representatives on the General Committee in case not already made today. Following the meeting of the General Committee, the way forward will be communicated to all members of the conference. Are there any objections to this proposal? Thank you very much for your support. والآن وفي هذه.
And at this point now, I have only one item remaining, which is item 30, closure of the session, featuring the adoption of decisions and resolutions of the conference. We will therefore adjourn now and reconvene for the closing plenary tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. A tribute ceremony for the outgoing Director General, Mr. Lee Yong, will be held tomorrow in plenary following the adoption of decisions and resolutions as well. Finally, I invite you to attend the side event entitled Accelerating Climate Impact for Member States through Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development. That will start in this room at 8:20. The speaker said 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.